Check one, check two. Red lights on. What's up, everybody? Welcome. Check two. Red lights on. I hear myself back. Hey, that's me. That's me.
What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing today, man?
They dropped that shit on Mother's Day, just like we knew they would. Kings hate mothers. I don't know who hurt Monty. I don't know who hurt him.
That was crazy to see. That was a trip.
Sitting there like a clown with my phone in my hand, and all of a sudden, they really did it. They really did it.
I actually finally saw in the alert while I was on Twitter. I've never seen that before.
Oh, man. Who was it? I forgot. It was Woj, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Woj. And I was like, oh, okay.
Adrian!
Congratulations, Mike Brown.
Show's live today. When I don't mean live, like broadcasting live. I mean it's lit. Matt George, Matt Barnes, Jason Lloyd covers the Cavs for The Athletic, and then of course James Ham, final hour of the show, man. So we got one plan for you today for sure.
Yes, indeed. Damian's too rich. It would never happen. Did you ever do any of Uber or Lyft?
Yeah, you mean did I ever?
Were you
drive?
A driver?
Oh no.
He's too rich. You should see his house. You should see his.
Nobody believes you when you do that.
I did.
I mean, it's not like I'd never do that. It's just like I didn't do it. Like
if you didn't
had
have
other jobs. Yeah,
you wouldn't.
I don't know that anybody want to get in my.
You'd have the perfect car
Prius.
for it though. Because that's what I learned about is when I was doing it in my regular car,
Maserati,
Infinity. Oh no, Maserati, and it was I was driving around and making this money to just put back into my car.
Yeah, I knew.
No, what am I doing here?
I knew people who would buy a car, like a dope car, and they would just use their Uber Lyft money to pay for the car.
Mm-hmm. My homeboy, he ended up turning that into like a business. He got a Mercedes.
About 1 minute, everyone.
And was an Uber Black driver. And
wow. That's how we doing things? That's how we do. Wow, Kenny. Jeez.
He made it work.
Who needs the man when you got
where then he got clients outside Uber. They would be like, hey, I want you to drive me around. Just I want to call
dope.
Directly only you.
Yeah.
And then he started to be able to do stuff outside of Uber. And yeah, he's doing that. So, but what I came to find out was if you didn't have a Prius,
What's good, baby? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. We welcome you in here to the May 9th, the Monday, May 9th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And the Sacramento Kings have a new head coach. The news broken by Adrian Wojnarowski yesterday and confirmed just about an hour and some change ago from the Sacramento Kings. Mike Brown, the new head coach, I believe the 20th head coach in the Sacramento era, the 20th head coach of the Sacramento Kings. We have a loaded show for you today to cover this. from a variety of different angles. Matt George will be with us here for his weekly visit. Of course, Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Matt Barnes, who played for Mike Brown in Los Angeles, will be with us coming up. Jason Lloyd covered the Cleveland Cavaliers, covered Mike Brown during his stint with Cleveland, will be with us. And then, of course, James Ham will be with us, as he always is, to give us the ins and outs of how we got here. But it is official. It was made official yesterday, Casey, because as we suspected on Friday, the Kings, in fact, hate mothers. We're not sure why. We're not sure why the Kings felt the need to steal the spotlight away from everybody's mom. But the announcement came yesterday, and they said it was down to Mike Brown and Mark Jackson, and Mike Brown got the nod.
First of all, air horns for Mike Brown. Welcome to Sac one more time. Welcome to Sacramento, Mike Brown. Let's go. Let's get to work, man. And yeah, I was kind of shocked that they did it, even though we kind of joked about it. I was like, they're not actually going to do it on Mother's Day. Like, they're not really going to do it on Mother's Day. And they did. They did. I remember on Saturday, because I thought it would be Saturday, maybe after it wasn't Friday, because I was like, they're not really going to do this on Mother's Day. I was like, okay, well, they should do it today. And then I tweeted out, I thought it was ridiculous how long they were taking. And all of a sudden, everybody that was so sure of what they should do for the last 2-3 weeks was like, well, what's the rush? Let's just get it right. Oh, where were you at getting it right 3 weeks ago when you said for sure this is who it should be? But needless to say, they did whatever they needed to have
You're
to
more
do.
impatient than I am, and I am extremely impatient. You're more impatient than I am.
I mean, it's not like the season ended, a week ago, and they started interviewing people, and they were supposed to like. You should have been known who you wanted to hire. That's my whole thing. Now, whether you're negotiating contracts, we saw Vivek. Maybe he had to go face to face one last time on Saturday, and then meet the guy, and have a
face to face with who though? Oh my!
On whose side is he on?
What the hell is going on?
He was at the Golden One Center.
Or Chase Center.
The Chase Center. He was at both of them.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
Is he the third man?
He's courtside.
What the hell is going on here?
Background in Dive.
Yeah, man. So maybe that was the holdup or whatever the case may be. And that's understandable. Like, that's, if there were like loose ends to tie up with the person that they wanted, fine. That's fine. I can get that. But as some people were just suggesting, well, they're not exactly sure. Got to make sure you got the right guy. No, you should have been known that. So either way, it's done now. They got it. They got their guy. Now it's time to go to work.
It is, and it's. I'm excited for this. More excited than I think other people are, because I think Mike Brown is a very good coach. Career record 347 and 216. He's a coach with a tremendous reputation around the league. I'm really anxious to see the staff that he puts together, because he's worked with some coaches before. There are people that like Steve Clifford. Steve Clifford was a Mike Brown assistant. There were people who were slobbering all over themselves for Darvin Ham. I get it. Darvin Ham, also a Mike Brown assistant in the past. I'm not saying he's going to be able to get Steve Clifford and Darvin Ham, and he's going to build this super team of guys who interviewed for the Kings job. What I mean is, he's got a great reputation around the league, and I think he's going to be able to put together a strong staff, and that's something I'm really anxious to see. That's, I think, one of the next things to watch. That's something to watch over the course of the next few weeks or so. I don't know how quickly this is going to come together, given the fact that Mike's going to continue to coach the Golden State Warriors, perhaps for a couple of more games, perhaps for a couple of more months. But I guess a month here at this point. But I'll be anxious to see how this staff shapes out in the coming weeks.
Yeah, I'll be interested as well. And see, and this is what I was talking about with like the coaching search, right? And like if I'm Mike Brown, I'm having conversation. I got an idea already.
Oh, absolutely.
Of 5 guys.
Absolutely.
That I want. If I'm Monty McNair and all this other stuff, when we came to the conclusion of we want you here. You want to be here. Let's nail this down. Conversation should have been had.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying this specific person.
No,
I'm just saying,
I'm confident they were.
Rico's. I want Rico to stay. I want Doug to stay.
Mhm.
I want whoever it is. And this is what I mean when
I would love if that was the conversation versus, hey, we're going to need Rico and Doug to stay. Which I get tremendous amount of respect for those. The point being is you want Mike Brown to be in charge of as much of this staff as he possibly could be.
Right. And that's all I'm saying here is like the day the Warriors are eliminated from the playoffs, it should not be, all right, well, let me look into who I want on my staff.
No, I don't think that's the case.
And I don't think it will either. But that was like my whole thing with the coaching search. People were like, well, once you officially said Alvin Gentry was gone, let's start looking at which candidate. No, you should have been doing this a month and a half ago.
Well, they probably were. Like I
agree.
I think they've.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I think they've been. I'm confident Mike Brown has long had discussions with people about, hey, if I get another head coaching job, would you? I would bet money he already has his lead assistant. His number one. Like I would bet your money, not mine, because I don't do that. But I would bet your money, and I would protect your money that Mike already has his lead assistant, and perhaps he has more of his staff than that.
Yeah.
But I know there are some people who aren't particularly excited about this hire. I know there are people who thought Mark Jackson should get the nod. Point being is this probably would have been the case with Mark Jackson too, but it's not. Mike Brown is the head coach, and he's the best head coach that this team has had in a very, very long time. Now, if you want to count Mike Malone in that, like that's fine. Mike Malone wasn't that at the time. And unfortunately in Sacramento, he wasn't given the opportunity to prove what a great coach he turned out to be. He's the best coach this team has had since Rick Adelman.
What you mean? Where are you basing that?
You want me to run through them? Eric Musselman, Kenny Nat, like this. I don't think this conversation is
George Karl.
George Karl, please don't do that. George Karl was at the end of it.
I'm just saying.
George Karl was at the end of no. Stop.
I mean, that's one person.
George Karl was done. George Karl got a payday. George Karl was here at the end of his career. He got a payday. He wasn't here. No. George Karl. I'm talking about at the time. Are you really not understanding what I'm saying right now? At the time that they're hired, George Karl was a shell of the coach that he was. Mike Brown still has years of being a head coach in the NBA. These aren't even close. George Karl was hired. He's freaking in the Kenny Nat category. You kidding me?
Dave Yeager.
Dave Yeager was a good coach until he got here. No, I think Mike Brown's a better coach than Dave Yeager. Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, I think Dave Yeager's a good coach. I think Alvin's a good coach too. But Mike Brown's
better
the best.
Than Alvin.
Mike Brown, you got to say it with that tone. We don't know what Alvin did to you. I don't know why you got to say it like that. But
I got love for Alvin.
Man, is that how you got love for me? Is that how you talk about me? Man, you said that with like a stank face. That felt cold-blooded. Jeez. But I haven't hid the fact that I'm a Mike Brown fan, and I'm excited to see how and I know he has his detractors. My best friend, Cleveland Cavaliers fan, he's a detractor. Called me 10 minutes after the tweet. Well, I'm rooting for him, but and then he spends the next 15 minutes just laying out all of the things that he thinks Mike Brown did wrong in Cleveland, and it's like, all right, okay, well. That was a minute ago, so let's see how this turns out here.
I first and foremost, I'm happy for Mike Brown. I don't know him personally, but he seems like a really good dude. So for him to get another opportunity in this profession, I'm happy to see that. I think he's a good coach. I think he's a good basketball mind. So he's done what he needs to do to get this opportunity. He deserves it. So I'm happy to see that. I got to be honest with you. I'm not excited about it. I'm just kind of in a wait and see.
Because you hate
but
coaches.
I preference that. Well, I preference that by saying there's not any coach that they could have hired that I would have been excited for. Because the bottom line is the bottom line is the bottom line, which is the wins. You know what I mean? So
There's too much work ahead.
There's
being overly excited about this. There's mine has got way too much.
A lot of work left.
Too much work ahead. We've got, we're on ping pong ball watch in 8 days. Like there's a lot of other things that we'll be focusing on. And that's what we were talking about last week. Name the coach so we can get back to the real problem, the roster.
Absolutely. The other thing about it is the concerns that I have for Mike Brown on the basketball end. I got to see how they work out, if he's doing anything different or if it was a personnel issue before, or whatever the case may be. The positives about Mike Brown do have me excited, which is the defense. You think about him as being somebody who is really structured and it's we hear about his OCD and all this other stuff towards the game of basketball, and those are the things that De'Aaron Fox has asked for on a couple of different occasions. So I hope those things align. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with Mike Brown.
Shout out to Deuce and Mo, who did a tremendous job both yesterday and today, covering the news in the immediacy of that hire. I really enjoyed watching them yesterday. I had a blast watching them this morning as well. We've got Matt Barnes coming up. We've got Jason Lloyd coming up. I'm really anxious to hear Jason Lloyd's perspective on Mike Brown, especially Mike Brown's time in Cleveland. And then, of course, we got James Ham all on the way. We have got you covered. The Sacramento Kings hire Mike Brown as their new head coach. We'll be talking all about it here as D-Lo and KC are brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And as always, the phone lines are open for you, 916-349-1320. We're back with more here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I knew as I was doing it, I shouldn't have said the phone number. That's my bad. It's me.
Yeah.
You will rest in. I'm still in Deuce's gimmick, but we're really.
Hey, I heard. I didn't see anything. I don't know what happened. And that's not even a spoiler. Like, anybody can tell me what happened. I don't care. I heard Backlash was really good though.
It was. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I got it on now. Seth and Cody was really good. I thought Charlotte and Ronda.
Who won that one?
Was solid. Ronda did. I thought Charlotte and Ronda was good, and I thought the main event was really entertaining.
That was the
six man,
right?
Yeah. Six. Was it six? Yeah, Drew and I thought it was good.
Who won the bloodline one?
Oh yeah. You know what it is.
That's what I'll talk about.
Acknowledge me.
You know what it is. I thought it was really good.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, the house show clip. I actually didn't. It popped up. I didn't have an opportunity to watch it.
He was cutting a promo or something.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what he said. I didn't hear. I can pull up the clip for all of us to listen to. And yes, the Kendrick song is amazing. The video was a
work of art.
Wild. The video was interesting.
That was crazy.
That was like, yo, what is happening? Is that Kobe? Is that OJ? What is happening right now?
Art.
Yeah, that was
not that. See, I remember Danny in San Francisco be like, you can't do this stuff because it's bad radio etiquette. You don't want people turning away. Ain't nobody turning away from this. I can speak on it. Yankees got a no-hitter right now. Going into they're in the bottom of the 7th. The no-hitter will continue into the 8th. But the score is 0-0.
Oh my. I like those types of games.
Nestor Cortez, 7 no-hit innings, 10 strikeouts, 4 walks.
Oh,
I didn't think it was that bad. Why a heel turn? He always does that though. That's it. That's his bad. I always say this all the time. I do like Canelo, and I like Canelo like the athlete. Right? He's a cool ass dude. He a cool ass dude. I like Canelo. I just all the things that surround him that irritates me a little bit, and I just want him to be in bigger fights. That's really about it. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Did you hear what B-Ball said today? He's like, we do a rematch, but maybe I go down to 168 and we fight for all his belts. I don't know.
13th round going to be lit today, boy. We might have to have the 13th and the 14th round.
Sacktown Crunch. You talking about no more meat? That's what it is. No. Yeah, I mean that. Ironically enough, when he don't have the meat that he's had before, pause. Man, it's special meat. Pause. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus. Special meat's funnier than premium peacock.
I paused that, man. I paused that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You got like a premium peacock?
I mean, I do, but I mean, I don't know. I don't got that special meat though. Special meat.
I paused that, man. I paused that.
Hey. Commercial breaks be wild, boy. These commercial breaks. We got company here. Kenny acting out, man. You see how many people watching? You making acting out right now, man. Come on, man. What's going on? Steelo and KC, we appreciate you for being with us. You want to be a part of the conversation, you can be 916-349-1320. Mike Brown officially named the next head coach of the Sacramento Kings. No quote from Mike Brown in the press release put out by the Sacramento Kings today, but there was a quote from Monty McNair in there, and Monty made it a point to point out the defense that Mike Brown is known for, saying he's a defensive specialist.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He is. He is, absolutely.
And that's obviously what we're all hoping brings here. Here's the full quote from Monty McNair. Mike has consistently demonstrated his ability to lead winning teams throughout his long and successful coaching career. He has worked with some of the best players in the NBA and is one of the league's premier defensive minds. I'm excited to bring his extensive experience to Sacramento. That's Monty McNair speaking on Mike Brown.
Now, can I ask a question? Maybe you ask the question, we ask the question to everybody, and we try to figure out can we cut it out now? And what I mean by that
I think I know what you mean by that.
It was widely reported, whether we believe it or not, people ran with it. You know, that's the narrative that was out there. It was widely believed that Vivek was a Mark Jackson guy, and Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox, not Wes Welker, both wanted Mike
Callback
Brown.
to Friday show if you missed that.
Both wanted Mike Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, like people act like this is the first time. I pointed out numerous times in the past where this continues to happen. But let's point it out again. Once again, the quote unquote basketball people were allowed to make the basketball decisions and do what they wanted to do. So can we please put an end to this meddling Vivek narrative that never really bears out? It never bears out because the basketball people always get what they want.
I can answer that in multiple ways. First of all, just because I don't want people to think we don't recognize it. No, we get it. It's fine.
before you talk, did you know that people were tweeting me on Saturday talking about, oh my gosh, everything that you guys talk about is negative about the Kings? I said, excuse me.
What?
Literally, I've been called Captain Save Luke and Captain Save Vivek.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's true. But I'm with you on this one. So hey, I'll let it rock for both of us. Vivek could run into the Sawyer, a burning Sawyer, and save children and puppies. And Kings fans would be like, should have left it to the firefighters. I swear to God, dude. The firefighters, this is what they do. This is what they're trained to do. They're trained to run in there and save children and puppies. I don't know why Vivek is up there saving children and puppies. Leave it to the firefighters.
Burning building.
Let firefighters do their job. No, the answer to your question, though, is definitively no. We can't put an end to this because it's an easy narrative. And as what really started this last week was, we point to all of these people, media relations people, general managers, special advisors, all of it's all gone. But somebody who does not like Vivek Ranadive still is happy to call his favorite reporter or his favorite whatever and tell them whatever they want out there. And because we've heard it before, because the Nick Rocks video exists, because we've seen 4-on-5, whether it was in jest or not, because we've seen all that.
Let me be the first to say,
we can believe it.
Let me be the first to say 4-on-5 was clearly in jest. People run with that all the time. Like, clearly it was in jest.
It's enough. It's enough. Because, again, the Nick Rocks' video is out there. And, I mean, even when you pull the video up on Grantland, James had it in a recent edition of the Kings Beat.
Yeah,
it says Kings owner. Oh, did you? Oh,
I did.
God. I think I watched it once and was like, I'm good.
I watched it the other day. Once again, play it again if you need to. Go ahead. Hit that button again.
Oh, wow.
Play it again.
Go ahead. You going to defend that too?
And while I do that real quick, you know what I'm saying? Just
we got breaking news.
No hitter broken up in the 8th inning for the Yankees. Okay, back to it.
Does that warrant the glass break? Do we need to steal your? I think this is the second time you've abused glass break for
no hitter broken up with 1 out in the 8th inning.
You really used the glass break for that.
But no.
The no-hitter that like 98% of the people listening right now had no idea existed. That's cool. That's fine.
That's what I'm here for.
I'd like to bring your attention to a no-hitter in New York. It's over. I just wanted to bring your attention to it.
David knows.
All right. As long as you and David know, we're good.
But a little unfair to Vivek on that video. I just watched the video. Nick Rocks.
I'm just going to get E40 to come in and do the whole song at this point.
Nick Rocks. Literally, I just watched the video. First of all, once again, you listen to your basketball people. Again, Pete D'Alessandro is in there talking about.
That's another problem.
Number who had the Timberwolves? Timberwolves would be crazy not to take Jabari right now. It'd be crazy. Definitely needs to be Jabari over Wiggins. Oh, yeah. And Vivek asked him, he's like, what? No, it should be Wiggins. He's like, no. Number one, it's Jabari.
Oh, man.
So there's your basketball people making basketball decisions. So there's that. And then
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it should have been Joel, but whatever.
Well, now I'll give the basketball people this. Pete D'Alessandro was trying to make a deal to go get Joel. All this is, I'm not breaking news. I just hadn't seen the video in like 8 years or whatever.
Joel would still be coming back from his back injury if the Kings had drafted him.
He was trying to get Joel, and he called Philly right before the 3rd pick, and then there was like a sad moment where he's like, "Yeah, any news?" Oh, okay. They said no, guys. They said no.
I think that was a work. I don't think he actually called. I think that. Hey, could you guys do something for the camera? Like, do something interesting. So Pete's like, okay, I'm gonna pretend to call Sam Hinkie.
He looks at Vivek. He's like, I got Philly right now. Hold on, I got him right now. Yeah. Any news? Okay. Yeah.
That's a work. I think it was a work.
No, they said no.
I think it was a work.
So there's that. And then they go through all these picks. And help me out. What year was that draft, by the way?
So Joel. So is it? Oh, it was the year LeBron went back.
I want to say
14.
He went back to Cleveland. So 14, I think. Yeah, I think it's 14.
Because he was in Cleveland. Because he was in Miami 4 years, right? And that was summer of 2010.
Phenomenal knowledge by you. I mean, like a lot of people out there are acting as if like Stauskas was some kind of like project. Like nobody knew about him. Maybe I'm a little more familiar with him because I watch Michigan basketball. But the guy was a Big Ten player of the year.
I believe you were a stan. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was really good. Absolutely.
I think you chanted too. 1, 2, 3. I think you can see Kenny Caraway over there doing that chant.
No, I was hype. But I'm gonna tell you what it is, and people can have revisionist history if they want to, because there's like Zach LaVine in there as well.
Well, I would have taken the Jokic, but that's just me because I'm a basketball. I would have foreseen back-to-back MVPs and the most beloved basketball player in the history of sports writers.
By the way, again, big ups to him.
Well earned.
But at the time, I remember having multiple conversations. The conversation for a shooting guard that the Kings needed to match up with DeMarcus Cousins was Nick Stauskas, Gary Harris, and James Young. So the whole point was they weren't just pulling Nick out of nowhere. Like he was a guy that was a lottery pick that was projected to go up. It didn't work out. Absolutely didn't work out. But I think if you watch that video again, maybe there's an extended version or a different version that not everybody is seeing. Maybe I'm not seeing or whatever. But it wasn't like their pick was up and everybody was like, I think we should go with Gary Harris and James Young, or what about Zach LaVine? Like this big conversation, and Vivek goes in there and says, we're going with Stauskas. Stauskas, right? Stauskas. It was like, yeah. Like it didn't go down like that. It was kind of a consensus going down. It didn't go down like that.
Have you ordered your Vivek Ranadive jersey yet? Because I know, like, I feel like we were having an honest discussion last week, and I'm on your side with a lot of this, but I feel like
video again. Just watch the video again. Whenever you get a chance, watch it again and tell me what you think.
So the jersey, is it on the way or is it already at the house?
Neither.
Is Vivek going to personally hand it to you? Here, one Kenneth, and hand you the Vivek Ranadive jersey?
The whole point of it is the basketball people were out there doing what the basketball people did.
Trying to get Joel Embiid.
I got Philly on the phone right now.
I don't believe that for a second. That was such a work. Such a work.
I'm just saying, man. Like everybody act like he just overwhelmed everybody and made the call. Like there was a consensus in that thing. Not everybody, because Jill talks about Sharif Abdul-Rahim, the one person who didn't say Nick Rocks, didn't want him. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people who probably weren't sold, or there's a person here and there that wasn't sold on Nick Stauskas, but it wasn't like everybody had this grand person in mind and Vivek said, no, we're going with, that's not, like I said, watch the video again and tell me what you think. That's not, it's not how it played out.
I'm glad you referenced it in that regard, because it also leads me to think it's really hard for me to believe that no one else in this organization wanted Mark Jackson. Like it was Vivek Ranadive, the lone wolf. Vivek Ranadive for Mark Jackson this was bumping in his Tesla X that was pulling into the parking lot. He like, it's really tough for me to believe he was the only one repping for Mark Jackson.
Hey, man, hashtag King. I know for a fact there was somebody else in the organization that wanted Mark Jackson.
Oh, I don't know that that's hashtag King. Hashtag King is a joke. That sounds like hashtag Kings.
I know for a fact.
You should have told me. I could have tweeted sources close to IMK Diddy says he knows for a fact that it's not just Vivek Ranadive who likes Mark Jackson.
Those two. Maybe it was just those two. But I know for a fact there was somebody else in the organization.
I think anytime Vivek's name is attached to something, it's immediately looked at like poorly, because it could be like, yeah, you know, they're having these discussions, and Monty and Wes Wilcox and Wes Welker and the janitor, they're really passionate about Mike Brown. They really like what Mike Brown brings, but there's also you know, this basketball person A that I'm not referencing, and basketball B person and the other janitor and Vivek Ranadive, they like Mark Jackson. Oh, Vivek. Oh, Vivek can't keep his nose out of everything. I think when you have multiple candidates, the idea is to sit down and discuss them all at length.
Mm-hmm.
And I would hope that's what they did. And I would hope that's how they landed on Mike Brown. I hope they considered Mark Jackson. I hope they gave Mark Jackson serious consideration. Of course, you know, it took like 7 seconds for the conspiracy theories to pop up. I don't even know that these are conspiracy theories. Oh, we didn't want Mark Jackson's taking the Lakers job. That's the only explanation. Mark Jackson is taking the Lakers. Vivek wanted Mark Jackson, but Mark Jackson is taking the Lakers job. It took like 7 seconds for those thoughts to be out there. And it's like, or maybe they decided Mike Brown not only was the best candidate, but the best fit for this team.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe Mark Jackson will get announced tomorrow.
It could all be so simple, as Lauryn Hill once told us.
She did once tell us that.
But the people rather make it hard. I mean, they could have.
It could all be.
It's a classic, X Factor, absolute classic. But my guy Yaz on here says, Kenny really trying to defend Vivek? I mean, you can call it what you want. I just don't want people to be lazy at this point. Like,
I think most people are.
Don't be lazy. You can call it defend or whatever. I'm not sitting up here saying Vivek has done everything perfect or anything like that, but just pay attention. That's all I'm saying. Is just pay attention. And that's kind of the last thing.
Look past the 240 character tweet. How about that?
Yeah,
look past that.
Yeah, and
let me look into this a little bit further. Let me. Where's the connection here? Everyone thinks the connection is Vivek. No, there's a connection somewhere else. That's
it. And to me personally,
we think it's been made. Kenny and I think that it's been made, but that's
and to me personally, we've broken it down before. That connection, if it's accurate, like myself and Damien think it is, that's a bigger reason why they're losing than Vivek.
100%.
So, like I said, you got to get everybody on the same page. Vivek, as the quote unquote leader, also needs to do a better job of that. Like I said, it's his name on the test. He needs to, if he hasn't already, or if he's done it and he needs to do it again, he needs to sit everybody in a room and get everybody on the same page and understand that if your objective isn't winning around here, you're not needed. Period. It's about winning. And I call on Vivek to do that, to do his job as the majority owner or whatever the case may be, to do what he can to get everybody on the same page. I feel like in that respect, Vivek is too hands off. He's too just let everything fly around here. Like take hold of what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead, hit the button.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
Come on. Stand up, Vivek. Take charge of this whole thing in a positive way.
This organization needs a cleansing.
Yes.
Or
some
an exorcism.
say they needed a preacher.
Only there was one out there for him. I don't remember who deserves credit for this, but it did get a pop out of me on Friday. I think Mike Brown believes in God too. Like it's all right. If that's really what we need, Mike Brown may very well may very well be the man who
man, but
could handle things.
Everybody's got to be on path. I just don't. I'm not interested in hearing about Vivek meddling anymore. I mean, it's the same sorry story that kind of keeps losing out. Like if he's meddling, he's not meddling enough. He needs he needs to meddle better if that's the case, because he loses all these battles.
If he's meddling, he's not good at it.
Right.
Because Vivek can't keep his nose out of things. Yeah, but I heard that before, like with Doug Christie, where Doug Christie did in fact not become the Sacramento Kings interim coach. Again, just look a little bit deeper and think, and it took me a while to pick up on what that was too. That was a negotiation tactic. Mm-hmm. Once James laid out what Alvin wanted, that was 100% a negotiation tactic. And it might not have even been Vivek. That sounds like something Wes Wilcox would do.
Mm.
Oh, yeah, no, Alvin wants 3 years. Woj, make sure you throw Doug Christie's name out there so Alvin knows we're serious, because there ain't no way we're signing Alvin Gentry to a 3-year contract to be our head coach, which was the right call, by the way. And so that, listen, he's lost out on 2 coaches. There was no process for Luke Walton. So that's 3.
He let the general manager do whatever he wanted to do. He was told it was best to fire that general manager. He did that.
Well, again, his biggest flaw. I mean, he's got flaws. He's just got too many people around. And now I think one thing that is now there's not, right. Mm-hmm. Like Joe Dumars isn't around, and I think there are some questions to be asked about Monty McNair too. Is if James is I'm not going to say if James has told us like Monty doesn't have a ton of time left on his contract, and next year very well may be, or this season, this coming season may very well be the last year on his contract. How soon do you address that if you're Vivek? Do you run the risk of what of doing with what happened with Vlade and Luke, in which you sign them to extensions and then you're immediately out on them? Do you trust yourself a little bit more here? Do you trust Monty? Do you trust this process? And you're like, all right, Monty finally got his head coach. Let's make sure he has an opportunity to build out this roster around Mike Brown. Let these two work together. Let them build this team out, and let's see what they can build over the course of the next 2, 3, 4 years.
I think that's the way to go. And you're kind of forced into that decision a little bit, because it depends on what you believe, right? Like, do you think that, or maybe if you're Vivek or anybody else like that, that you got to understand how you think you would get the best out of Monty McNair? Would it be in comfort and stability, or would it be having your job on the line?
That's a great question. That's a great question. I think it would be the comfort and stability. I think it would be, and I know there are, contract years, everybody works harder. This is different. Like he's got to look ahead to how he can build out, to appease Domantas Sabonis and make sure that he's back here. Like, how do you keep Domantas Sabonis if you move on from Monty McNair? Because if you're Sabonis, remember, the extension is not coming. Mm-hmm. The wording of this is important. Domantas Sabonis, at least it would be foolish for Domantas Sabonis to sign an extension while he's a Sacramento King.
Right.
He's going to hit the free agent market. Your job is to convince him this is the best place for him. How are you going to do that if the general manager that traded for him is already gone? Mm-hmm. And now you've got a new general manager coming in here with a coach for 2 more years that he didn't hire.
Right.
This is the Sacramento Kings of the last 16 years in a nutshell.
Yeah. And that's
general
why
managers before coaches and no long-term thinking.
And that's why I think you have, in this particular situation, you have to make sure that they're aligned. And that means that he's secured and everything else like that. You got to try that at some point. You know what I mean? Because what you've done so far hasn't worked. And it's just led to a bigger mess. At some point, you got to kind of cut that cycle off. I think the time is now to do that. I will say this, though. I'm not and I'd be perfectly, I don't know how you do this without or while giving an extension or whatever the case may be. You got to just trust that, not going to drag their feet on this. But if I was Vivek, I was like, okay, this extension is here on the table and we're trying to make this happen. Make no bones about it, though. The time is now. Like, you need to make the playoffs. When I talk to Mike Brown, this is how I would do it, how I feel. You can call it impatient Kenny if you want to. The time is now. There is no buffer period. There is no let me get my feet wet and figure this. The time is now to make the playoffs. You don't make the playoffs next year, it was a failure. It was an absolute failure. When we talk about, give him time to build things out, this is about to be Monty McNair's third year. It's about to be his third year. And I think he's done some good things. I love the Sabonis deal. I like getting Dante, things of that nature. I like the draft picks, but it's about to be your third draft, your third offseason. It shouldn't be a case where people are looking at it like, I don't know if they're good enough to be a top 12 team. Like, no, you better be a top 12 team or top 10 team.
Top 10. Yeah.
You better be a top 10 team at least.
So you're not going to like this. You could call it a failure, right? You could say, if we don't get to the playoffs, it's like it's a failure. We've got to do it this year. It's a sense of urgency, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't mean you fire either one of them.
No, you can't. Like, and that's the situation that you're in. But they need to know the sense of urgency.
It can't be taken with the approach of, let's look 2-3 years down the line.
Right.
It's got to be taken of like, we made this deal with Indiana we got rid of Tyrese Halliburton, a very popular young player here. We brought in Domantas Sabonis, a more established player. We didn't go with popular hires like Darvin Ham, who would have been a first-year head coach, or perhaps Will Hardy or Charles Lee. We went with an established guy in Mike Brown. The reason you go with the established guys is because the idea is you want to hit the ground running, not start pedaling. Like you're already in mid-stride here, trying to run this race where, again, top 10. That's what we're talking about. Not just top 10. For me, you know how I feel about this stuff. Top 10 playing, that's fine. I need to see this team better. I don't want to see another Western Conference next year where the Sacramento Kings are getting to a play-in with 33 wins. I'm not here for that. Like, you could call it a small victory if you want to. Like, I wouldn't. I want to talk more. We talked a lot about Vivek right there and the process of Mike Brown. I want to talk about Mike Brown as a coach. Some of the things that he's praised for, some of his shortcomings. We got the phone lines open for you as well. I want to know what you think about this hire. 916-349-1320. Matt George, Matt Barnes, Jason Lloyd, James Ham, all on the way here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Get on these phones, man.
Yes.
Make sure you're subscribing, by the way. If you're not a subscriber on the YouTube channel, man, make sure you become one.
Yeah.
And I think that kid's a little older than I thought he was last night.
Probably about 16.
Yeah, he's 16, 17, yeah.
Stephen Brown, not all of them, because I don't know all of them, but there are jealous ones. Jealous.
Fellas, there's a jealous owner in our town.
Woo, 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 woo.
Oh, baby. Six o'clock, 6:30. Warriors. Okay. You said not the contest? Okay. I got you.
Tyler, I don't know. I don't know if it means that or not. I mean, he might.
Yeah, we'll talk to James about that, but that could be one of those. That was actually, that was. So there's ABC, but is it the Jackson 5?
What?
The jealous girl.
I don't know. I was
I
singing.
always sing
I was
another
singing.
bad creation version.
Well, I'll even take it a step further. I was singing "Jealous Guys," Biggie, Puffy, all those guys. That's what I was singing.
Isn't that Mace?
Yeah, Puffy's on there too with the talking.
But it's Mace's album, right? It's Harlem World, isn't it? I think that's Harlem World.
Oh no, it's Haters on Life After Death.
Player hater.
And Jealous Guys is on Mace. You're right. That's correct.
I love that album.
You know, we need this money, and you. Yes,
Now,
man.
oh man, Shannon got me thinking. Jealous girl.
I don't think Immature did Jealous. I think it was ABC, right?
No, Another Bad Creation did it,
Yeah.
but I think I feel like the Jackson 5 did it first. New Edition did it.
Oh.
Is that right? New Edition did it?
Hmm.
Oh man, what a day. Shannon threw the whole show off. Blame Shannon for all of this. And I had that Kendrick joint on repeat this morning. It's like I gotta listen closely, see if there are any hidden lyrics in here. Yeah, it's he. I mean, that's my guy though. Like I love Another Bad Creation.
ABC was weak, by the way. ABC, they couldn't hold a candle to Immature. And that's not even my bag.
I mean, it's one album versus one album, essentially, isn't it?
Immature.
Oh,
yeah.
no. Aisha was hot.
Aisha was fire.
And
Aisha
so was
fire, but
Playground.
Immature.
Playground sounded exactly like
I don't even like
Aisha.
Immature like that, but I think if you asked a certain
What was Immature's records again?
To be honest with you, I don't even know. But if you ask a certain demo, they know all the words. They know.
Well, yeah, because it's younger. But you ask my demo, there's Another Bad Creation.
I bet if you ask some of the girls you went to school with, they would know.
No, some of the girls I went to school with.
Well, maybe not the girls you went to school with.
Okay,
the girls that would be at Cal Skate. I know that they know.
Immature.
On a Saturday.
1994. Never Lie. Constantly. No, dude. No way. These.
You think Immature not better than ABC?
No.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
No, bro. No. No, I ain't giving you that one. I'll give you one album versus one album. That's all you're gonna get from me.
That's not even my bag because, like I said, I didn't like neither one of them. But
I mean, they
absolutely better.
These are. Yeah, I mean, there's more hits here, I guess.
Immature is absolutely better.
Okay, dude. Whatever.
It's not even close.
Whatever.
And you know me. I like to, I'm brand loyal. I'm riding with my people.
Whatever.
I wasn't feeling ABC because I was a Criss Cross guy.
Oh, Criss Cross would make you jump.
Yeah, but they had beef, so I was like, ABC, I ain't worried about them, man. Yeah, they had beef.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, Criss Cross. How did they have beef? Like ABC was before Criss Cross. How did they even have beef?
I don't know.
Like if Another Bad Creation and the Boys had beef, like then I would get it. And the hottest record from all of them is Dial My Heart. So like, like if we really wanted to do it, we give the nod to the Boys over Another Bad Creation, over Criss Cross, over Immature. You have a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to Golden Sky Fest. None of these artists that we're talking about will be performing at the Golden Sky Fest. It is a 2-day. They're also probably 50 or 60 at this point. A 2-day music, beer, and food fest at Discovery Park this October 15th and 16th. Enter on the contest page at ESPN1320.net. Actually, no, they would be like the Boys. Another Bad. They were about my age.
Like the Boys were a little older than ABC.
They were.
Yeah. So they only
plus with ABC there was like 10 of them. the Boys, I think there were 4. Jump, Criss Cross. It was just 2. It was just 2 right there. Did you wear your clothes backwards?
Maybe once or twice. I didn't do that, but I had the Looney Tunes shirt with the backwards, the Warriors jersey or something. Remember that? Bugs and Taz used to have that. Yeah. That's fire back in the day.
916-349-1320 if you want to get in on this conversation. First guest of the day, Matt George, coming up in just about an hour from now. And then once we hit that, man, we're off and running. Matt George, Matt Barnes, Jason Lloyd right after that, right into James Ham. So we have got you covered talking Kings basketball the rest of the day with Mike Brown named the new head coach of the Sacramento Kings. Again, we want to hear your thoughts on this, 916-349-1320. No, a lot of you are already in the conversation over in the chatty house at twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. And we're on Facebook Live as well. Go like the ESPN 1320 page over there on Facebook. Posted this question, surprised by the early results. Do you believe Mike Brown's hire will spark change for the Sacramento Kings? 78% say yes. I'd bet you Kenny's money, you post that same exact question on Twitter, 78% would say no. Twitter is like land of misery. Like it is, like Twitter is a wild, wild place. It's like a window into like your true thought.
Bad social experiment or something.
Oh, it is awful. Just like I can't lie. I had to hit the unfollow on some people we used to rock with just because I just can't deal with their shtick anymore. Like, look, man, we used to be my homie, but used to be my ace. Now I want to slap the taste out your mouth. Like I can't like, hey, you're entitled to your whatever your thing here is, but we can't rock with you. Not on the show account, not on my account. I just can't rock with this anymore. Y'all being extra. It's over. Oh, it's not Tim. Hey, no, wait. I love Tim. I love Tim Shtick. Tim Shtick makes me laugh.
No.
I love Tim, the baby giraffe. Yeah, 78% say Mike Brown's hire will spark change, and I certainly hope that those. What would your vote be? You think Mike Brown? You think this hire gonna spark some change?
My vote. That's kind of unfair because it's a yes or no question.
That's it.
So it would be no, but that doesn't mean he can't be effective or he's not like good at what he does. Like I think he could be a good coach and be a good basketball mind. I don't think the hiring of him sparks much of anything.
So 30 and 52 next year?
People were asking me, well, no, because it depends on the roster. But people were asking me, my opinions on the hire. And I kept saying the same thing. I said, look, man, I like Mike Brown. I do think he's a good coach. I feel like the hire's a little vanilla.
You married yourself to Mark Jackson. You fell in love with the idea of Mark Jackson.
Well, I think Mark Jackson has a higher ceiling.
It was like Rocky Road. But why? He's older. Like I said, he's coached a fraction of the time. He's done a fraction of what Mike Brown has done. Why would you possibly think that Mark Jackson has a higher ceiling than Mike Brown? He's edgier. I'll give you that. And I think you made a great point when talking about you had like a fake interaction between Mark Jackson and De'Aaron Fox, and but it was believable. Like it was like, oh, I could, okay, given what we've read about Mark, okay, I could see that. Like that, I like that. That's a good idea. Other than that, I haven't been able to understand over the last handful of days when you'd say you believe Mark has a higher ceiling. I just give you that he's edgier.
Him. I know that I've seen him. And this is probably unfair to Mike Brown. But I look at
vanilla. I don't know how much unfair you want to get.
I look at Mark Jackson as a leader of men. I trust that. Can Mike Brown be that? Yeah, he can. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he is or not. I think he can, maybe. I just like Mike. Mike is not.
Honestly, I don't know. Is that a trick question? Like
Mike, I don't think Mike is going to embarrass you. I don't know if Mike is going to take you to the next level though either.
Are you aware of where the next level is?
Yeah.
You don't think Mike Brown's going to take this team
I said I don't know. I didn't say he won't.
You know Mark Jackson would.
I'm more confident than Mark Jackson would. Mark Jackson might embarrass you though. So I understand that. Like I hear that's the thing. Like that's the thing with Mark. He might embarrass you, but he might take you to heights you haven't been in a long time. Mike Brown, he's not going to embarrass you. I'm not sure what heights he's going to take you to. I don't know. I'm not confident in it. That's all it is. Not confident. I'm not saying that he's bad or he's going to fail. I have more confidence for this particular situation in what Mark Brown could do, or excuse me, Mark Jackson.
He's combining them. Get Kenny's like super coach here. Kenny's super coach here.
You can get Mike Brown who won't embarrass you.
Mike Brown and Edge.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. But yeah, I don't know. And to be honest with you, it's not to take away from the accomplishments that Mike Brown has had. It's literally just the gut feeling that I have. That's all.
Okay. Well, my gut tells me Monty Williams is going to be the 2021-2022 NBA Coach of the Year. My gut feeling is correct. Shams just tweeted that seconds ago. Monty Williams, Coach of the Year after 64-18 record as the awards continue to be handed out today, with Nikola Jokic winning his second straight Most Valuable Player award. See if they love him. Boy, them writers love him. We'll see if they're willing to put him in that rarefied air of 3 straight. You know, it's a tough code to crack. You have to really, really be liked to get 3 in a row. So
if Jokic puts up the same numbers or better next year and Denver's in the same place, does he get 3?
No. If Jokic puts up the same exact numbers, but Denver's the 1 seed, then he might. I don't think they'll do it if he's the 6th seed again. Same exact numbers. We've done this. We've done this exercise with Giannis. Giannis has had a season better than 2 of his MVP seasons. Yeah. I think his last 2 seasons were better than his previous 2 in which he won MVP awards. Nothing. Joel Embiid. Man.
Oh man.
By the way, and I know we might have some time to get to it yet later. Dude, Joel, I love that dude, man. From going to this dude not playing to all of a sudden he's playing. Yo, that's a leader.
Yeah.
That's a leader. Not some of these dudes who quit on basketball teams, some of these front runners who jump from team to team. Joel out there playing with a mask on, he gets 1 hit to he probably can't even breathe right. And he led his team to 2 wins over the weekend.
And first of all, after game 3, when he posts that Stringer Bell meme.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, if he would have done that, I would have passed out. I would have passed out before I could finish my tweet. I would have passed out. I was like, that's what the hell I'm talking about. Give me that bravado. That's what I love. But hold on. We're going to talk about Mike Brown, new Kings head coach. We're going to get to that because there's a lot more we got to talk about. All right. We're going to
talk about this picture I just saw of courtside Kenny, too, that Dr. David just posted. Dr. David be everywhere.
Coming out of nowhere.
Dr. David be everywhere. Got the backwards. That's definitely you. I know that.
Dr. David always coming out of nowhere with something, man. I got to keep my eye on this Dr. David, man. He always got something going on. But like I said, we're going to get to that. I'm going to let you know that you're listening to ESPN 1320 KFM, West Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. I'm going to let you know about all that. But since you brought it up, we ain't going to just be like, Joel led them to the game 4 victory.
I am.
We ain't gonna no. We ain't gonna do that. I need you to speak on it a little bit.
No, I want to. Okay. Let me. You ain't gonna corner me. You ain't gonna corner me and force me to talk about that dude. I wanted to talk about Joel and only Joel. My love for the Philadelphia 76ers extends to Joel Embiid and Joel Embiid only. Now I'll pose the question because I get what you're trying to do. I ain't mad.
I'm just asking the questions around here. You know what I'm saying?
You can ask the questions. Where the hell that dude been?
I know, right? And you want to be yelling at the top of your lungs and talk about this is mine. I'm here, bro. They needed 31 2 games ago.
I get what a difference maker Joel is just being out there on the floor. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
You've been one of the most dominant scorers over the last decade, and you couldn't muster up that type of performance. The reason Joel is playing with a broken face is because you couldn't do that in game 1 or 2. No, you don't get. Hey,
stop it.
Hey, he played a hell of a game 4. No doubt about it. Played a hell of a game 4. Still looking at him sideways. If I'm Doc, I'm looking at him like, oh, you want to play now?
5. You know what you're getting from Joel. Joel gonna come with it, whether it results in 30 points or 18. I don't know. He gonna come with it.
You could probably get some from James in the game 5 too. It's game 6.
You don't know that.
It's
no,
game
you don't
6
know
that I'd be wondering about.
No, see, I disagree. That's the problem. You don't know what you're getting
in
from
game
James.
7.
You don't know what you're getting from James in game 5. That's the issue. But I will say this: Kenny Smith had a great point. This is why they get paid the big bucks, man, because this is some good stuff. Before the game, he talked about what Joel's return does, and he talked about how, he'd been on some bad teams before and he'd scored 20. Talking about the Kings, he didn't have to say the name. We knew what time it was, but he was like, I was on some bad teams, and if I scored 20, I knew it didn't matter. And that's deflating. It was like, I scored 20, 25, we're still going to lose. It's not enough. But when he talked about like when he got with Akeem or, in this situation, when Joel's back in the lineup, the Hardens, the Tobias Harris or whatever, they could look at, if I score 20, we going to win. We're going to win, and it's just a different mindset. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, it's so, it's such an uphill battle to score 20 and then still lose by 15, as opposed to now we got the big fella back. And if I do my job and I score 15 or more than 15, but if I score 20, 25, like we might be winning going away. And that's what bringing a guy like Joel back does for everybody. I thought that was a great point by Kenny Smith.
I mean, people tell all of these like fables of Willis Reed. Like Willis scored like 2 points in that game. Like but they say it was just the 4. Sorry, okay. It was just the sight of him coming through the. Hey, that's fine. Joel went from not playing while we're on the air to all of a sudden, oh no, wait a minute. That's in fact, they were fined for that. Like, y'all didn't disclose this quick enough. That's a $50,000 fine.
No,
I guess not. What a difference maker he is, man. I can't sing the praises of that dude enough. Matt George coming up here in 45 minutes or so. Matt Barnes right after that. Jason Lloyd covered Mike Brown during his time in Cleveland. And we'll talk to Jason about that. And then, of course, James Ham will be with us. Let's hear from you. 916-349-1320. We'll start with the homeboy, Leezy. I'm sure Leezy's going to be all cheerful. What's happening, Leezy?
Yo, D-Lo and Casey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Leezy?
Hey, man, just 2 points, man. Hey, first things first, getting off with the Kings, man. I think you guys got good coaching, Mike Brown. I still hope there's some changes with the roster. I hope you still get some good defensive players in there.
That's not why you called. This is not why you called.
It's not.
No, it's not.
You know me, D-Lo.
Go ahead. I know. Go ahead.
I came to call about
Tell us why you called. There it is.
Yes, sir. Hey, what's consistent will stay consistent. James Harden, he ain't going to show up in the playoffs. Watch. He had a good game, but that Miami nightlife is going to get him. Joel Embiid, I love the process, but he's injury prone. He's already got 2 injuries. And third, you guys know about Doc Rivers. So that's all I wanted to say. He made we ain't tripping.
All right. You be all right.
Hey, man. Shout out Sacramento Stand Up. Gabe Vincent. I see you out there in the playoffs doing what you're doing. But I'm just going to ask the question because I'm broadcast journalist. I mean, he's in there because the starter's hurt. The starter might not be back for game 5. And I'm talking about Kyle Lowry. And Kyle Lowry is a guy that you depend on to win these type of series. That's why you went out and got him. If that wasn't the case, then you would have gone out and got Gabe Vincent and been just fine with him. So you're missing a key piece in this situation. I don't know, man. I don't know. And if Joel's back and feeling good about himself, Tobias is out there. Harden may have found a smile again. I don't know. I'd pick Miami to win game 5.
You don't think Kyle Lowry should have played?
No, he's fine. He's just hurt again. He might not play in game 5.
That's what I'm saying. You don't think he should have? You don't think he should have? You think they should have waited?
No. He should have played. He should have played. I'm just simply saying he got hurt again, and he might not play in game 5. So that's it. That's something you got to address.
I love that Leezy's sitting here patronizing us too. Oh, yeah, Kings got a good hire, like dancing around. Like, no, I'm calling to talk about the Miami Heat. I'll talk about your little coaching hire while we're here, but I'm calling to talk
Shout
about.
Out to Gabe Vincent, though, man. He is representing very well in the playoffs.
Absolutely, I think he's found a nice little. Didn't he sign a multi-year deal? I think so.
Miami?
Yeah. I thought I saw him. IG that did the old Kenny Caraway contract signing. I thought he had up there 916-349-1320. Let's get TC next. TC, what's happening, baby?
Man, what's up with my two brothers, man?
We good. What's up, TC?
Oh, just chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? Though, kind of excited about this Mike Brown hire. You know,
you're excited, huh?
What he could do with it. Yeah, man. Let's see what he could do. I mean, I know for one. I mean, let me explain myself. I know for one, why I'm excited is because I know he's gonna bring defense first. So I'm cool with that, and he's gonna bring togetherness. He's gonna bring the structure. So I'm all for it, bro. Everybody kick back, man, and let him do his thing. I mean, if y'all want Luke back, if y'all want some of these bad coaches back, then but just kick back and let Brown do his thing, bro. That's it. I'm gone.
I think he's talking to you. Let Mike do his thing.
I let Mike do his thing.
Let Mike do his thing.
I once again, you haven't heard me talk about, oh, this ain't gonna work or this is bad hire. I didn't say that. All I said was I'm not overly excited, but
no one would Mike Brown have made. I mean, would Mark Jackson have made you excited?
No, and that's my whole point. That's what I also said. No coaching hire was going to, make me super excited because the task at hand for me and the biggest task at hand is making sure this roster is good enough. So me saying I'm not excited about Mike Brown, that's just more me not being super excited about any coach as opposed to I think Mike Brown was a bad hire and nothing like that because I don't think he was a bad hire. I think he was just fine.
Do you think Mark gets the Lakers job?
I
think I think what we know for sure, I assume they interviewed Darvin Ham. We know that they requested permission to interview Darvin Ham. I assume that's been done. We know that they interviewed Terry Stotts, and we know that they've interviewed Mark Jackson. I find it humorous that the report of Mark Jackson's interviewing with the Los Angeles Lakers came after the Mike Brown interview when we knew the Sacramento Kings were kind of in the deciding process. I love that that's when that got out there. That is just tremendous work. Tremendous work by all
everybody
parties.
Out here, making their own little moves, their own little chess moves out here.
It's the game. That's part of the game.
The question, the funny thing that I saw a lot on Twitter was, yes, because everybody don't like Mark Jackson and they don't like the Lakers. Like, yes, Mark, go to the Lakers. Like, that would be great. That's good for you. Like being condescending and sarcastic. I'll ask a question. If Mark Jackson goes to the Lakers, Kings have Mike Brown right now. Who you think makes the playoffs next year?
Well,
who would you put my money on?
LeBron James on the Kings, or he's still on the Lakers?
He's on the Lakers.
I'm probably going to side towards the team that has the greatest player that ever lived on it. As trash as the roster as it currently stands may be, I'm going to lean towards the side that has Mark Jackson on it. I mean, the side that has LeBron James on it.
Right.
With Mark Jackson as coach.
And my thing is always, like, that ain't got much to do with Mark Jackson or Mike Brown. Like you just mentioned, this the talent on the roster. And that's why and I'm not breaking news. I don't think anybody is thinking differently than what I'm saying. I'm just saying the roster is the most important thing, and getting the talent in here to be able to, fulfill whatever vision Mike Brown has for this team. That's the next step, and that's the most important step.
Given it's been 10, 11 years, if Mike Brown were to gone back to the Lakers, I meant 10 or 11 years since coaching LeBron James, if Mike Brown had gone to the Lakers, do you think LeBron is at a different place in his career where, because I think the belief was that LeBron James can't win with Mike Brown as the coach. Obviously, Dan Snyder felt like that. With LeBron James can't win a title with Mike Brown as the coach. Okay, that's why Dan Gilbert fired Mike Brown when he did, and LeBron James ultimately leaves. It's why it's at least part of the reason I believe Mike Brown wasn't considered for this Los Angeles Lakers position is there's something off with those two. But given the state of where LeBron's career is, do you think he is more equipped to win a title with Mike Brown now than he was 12 years ago?
No.
Interesting. So to LeBron, so what that answer means then is coaching really matters. Coaching is extremely important.
You said is Mike Brown more equipped to win a title?
Can those two win a title together right now? Could LeBron James, given where
I had it flipped. Yeah, as long as LeBron is there, yeah.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Okay.
So those two could win together. So yeah, Mark Jackson could walk into the Lakers right now, and if LeBron's locked in, but much like the Sacramento Kings, that roster needs some retooling. So it's I'm never going to look at if the Lakers go, if Mark Jackson is named their head coach tomorrow and the Lakers go 65 and whatever. What was the Suns' record? 64-18. They go 64-18. I'm not going to be looking at Mark Jackson some type of way. I'm going to be looking at the Lakers must have retooled that whole roster. If they don't, man, give Mark Jackson a statue. If it's the same roster, if it's the same Los Angeles Lakers roster, LeBron's a year older, Mark Jackson walks in there, they win 64 games. Yep, I was dead wrong. That's the greatest. That might be the greatest coach of all time. Because I watched that anyone who watched that Lakers team sucks.
Yeah,
they are terrible. Even with the greatest player ever, they are awful.
Yeah.
If Mark Jackson is able to change that, whoo, man, more power to him.
Yeah.
More power to him.
Good luck if he gets the job.
That's a great point. Will he wind up getting that job? Mike Brown got the one here in Sacramento. Let's talk about the roster and what it might mean now that a defensive guy is the head coach. What's this mean for Davion? What's this mean for Dante DiVincenzo? Can we smooth things over there a little bit? And is Mike Brown's shortcomings on offense a little bit overblown? We'll talk about that. When dealing with KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, returns here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Dr. David, that's pretty funny.
Tweet?
Yeah. Yeah, it made me chuckle.
It kind of works. That's why it's funny.
I wonder who that is sitting next to him. Who is that Dr. David sitting next to him?
Oh, man. WNBA commissioner, league is looking to add 2 expansion teams.
Good stuff. I don't know how you're so definitive about this. Because I just don't think it can be. I mean, It's a different sport, different situation, but I'm sure everybody would say that about anybody that came from Bill Belichick, right? Or they were in that Patriot way. Should work. Didn't work. It might work here. I hope it does. Certainly hope it does. We'll see what happens. I don't understand the definitiveness of it will work. That's what I don't get. I can't even say that about, like, if they would have took Mark Jackson, there's no way I'd be like, it will work.
Casey, hang on.
It's done for me, for this organization, in his 6 years here. Just an incredible contribution.
So we got a new clip of Steve Kerr. Shout out to our people at Odyssey Sports for tagging us in this.
They showed us some love.
Yeah, the game could have tagged us in this.
I don't even think Odyssey Sports follows us. Do they? Yeah, they don't even follow us.
They follow us. I mean, they follow ESPN 1320. They don't follow me and you. They follow Damon and Ratto, though.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Look, I'll take the small victories where I can get them. Like Jesse said, I didn't even know they knew we existed.
Yeah. I like Rhea Ripley. I think she's dope. I love her whole look.
She's pretty tall too, right? At least she looks tall. She looks like Charlotte size.
Oh, I don't think she's as tall as Charlotte, is she?
I don't know.
Charlotte's not tall. She's long. She's really long. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
No. Mm-mm. There's so many different eras of wrestling. Like, I think Trish was super important, but she was kind of a mix of, she was a fraction of the wrestler that she was the best of her time and is still a fraction of what Charlotte is.
You know who people like that I just don't have the same feelings towards is Lita.
Oh, I like Lita.
I mean, I like her, but Lita was all right.
Yeah, I mean, she was. I think she stood out. She was different. Matt George coming up here in just about 30 minutes. Of course, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Matt Barnes will join us shortly after that. Jason Lloyd coming up. James Ham, all on the way here as we continue to cover the Sacramento Kings hiring Mike Brown as their head coach. And now that it's been made official by the Sacramento Kings, Golden State Warriors head coach Steve Kerr spoke about Mike Brown today.
And said they just announced officially. Yeah. So yeah, I feel comfortable talking about it since they've made it official. But I don't even know where to begin. What Mike has done for me, for this organization, in his 6 years here, just an incredible contribution. He's an amazing coach, amazing friend, and Sacramento made a great choice. So I'm thrilled for Mike and his family. It's a loss for us, but this is how it's supposed to work. You want people who are really talented on your staff who can come in and contribute and have a great experience and hopefully learn and grow at the same time. And then, hopefully be able to advance careers and move on to something that person wants. And so Mike's ready to do this again. He's excited, and we're thrilled for him. He much deserved. He's a great choice.
Just check. He'll coach through the rest of the postseason.
He will coach through the rest of the playoffs, and then he'll get to work after that.
Lots of praise there from Steve Kerr. Shout out to our friends over at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco for that sound right there. But good stuff there from Steve Kerr. High praise for the new Kings coach. It's rare that you hear a phrase like Kings made a great choice. I don't know. I don't know when the last time that's been said.
Monty McNair.
Sure. Good. Yep. That's fair. Yep.
Monty
Yeah.
McNair.
Monty did get some love. One thing that you hear a lot about with Mike Brown is defense. I think even I know, read it to you earlier. Monty McNair spoke about Mike Brown's defensive mind and how he approaches the game. I think one thing, when you look back at his, particularly because all we can really measure is his time in Cleveland, like his first run in Cleveland. I don't know what happened in Los Angeles or how he only got 5 games into his second season. He's pretty successful the first go around. He got 5 games into his second season, and then we all know what a disaster Cleveland was. But you really got to take the second run in Cleveland. You really got to take a look at the roster of the Cleveland Cavaliers, I think, to get a true picture of Mike Brown and his offense. Again, defense is touted, but his first year in Cleveland, the year he took over, the Cleveland Cavaliers were 9th in offensive rating. This is his first year. 50 wins. They improved 8 games that year. The next year, they won 50 games again. The year after that was their worst year under Mike Brown. Won 45 games. They finished 20th in offensive rating. So they went from 9th to 20th from year 1 to year 3. And they just kind of lingered around in that vicinity in terms of offensive rankings for the remainder of Mike Brown's time there. And defense, always top half of the league. Always, often top 10 in the league. But a big concern from my friends who love the Cleveland Cavaliers, and I think from Kings fans who have been studying Mike Brown and numbers and getting analytical, being numbers dweebs, as LeBron James would say,
Dweebs
have become increasingly concerned about his work on the offensive end.
Yeah, it's a real concern. One thing that I would say about his time there, and it's been said as well, is just there wasn't a whole lot of offensive firepower on those teams. So it's not like he was working with a lot on that roster and was underperforming.
The 2009-2010 team, which that had to have been his last year.
Yeah,
arguably
the one that LeBron lost in 6 to Boston. Right?
Swear he took off his jersey in plain sight of the camera.
Yeah.
But arguably the best roster they've had, like not making the finals. If you want to put a blemish on Mike Brown's record, it's probably that year, not getting through Boston and getting to the finals that year. Because that was the best roster he'd had. 6th on offense, 7th on defense.
Yeah.
It's almost like when Kenny says the roster's important, he's right. I don't know. I don't say my partner's right. I try not to say my partner's right often, but the evidence is really leaning in his favor this time.
Just a little bit. So, and I always this is the thing with Mike Brown. This is where I feel like it is just like kind of going on your gut a little bit, because when you look back to his past jobs, I know people don't like to be like, well, you can't just say he won because he had LeBron, but you also can't discount the fact that he had LeBron James, that he had Kobe Bryant at another stop. So while I don't hold that against him, I also don't look at with this roster without LeBron or without Kobe or Kobe-like a player. I have to say I don't know necessarily what I'm getting. The only thing that I know I'm getting from him is a commitment to the defensive end. That's something that has been consistent, that follows him from team to team and seems to follow him even when he's like an assistant for these guys, his defense. But I feel like a lot of this stuff, when you talk about Mike Brown and who he could be and what he might be able to do, I think a lot of it is kind of unproven, or you're kind of going on your gut a little bit. Because if you, once again, not taking it away from him, he was successful, he did it. But if I just want to be like, oh, you won when he had LeBron or when he was in Cleveland, I can't just discount the fact that LeBron was there. LeBron won 1 or 2 MVPs with him. I think just 1, right?
Oh no, I think he won a
Because he's got 4, doesn't he?
Let me look. That sounds fam.
Did he win 2?
If LeBron James only has 4 MVPs, that's insane. I think you're right. He only has 4, but 2. He should have won. He had to have won. He has 4. Yeah, I was going to say he had to have won in 2010. So yeah, 2009, 2010, and then 12 and 13. So 2 with Cleveland.
9
2
and 10 was 2 with Cleveland. Oh, he won 2000.
2 with Cleveland, 2 with Miami.
He didn't win the year. They won the Eastern Conference Finals, but yeah, that's 2009. Yeah, man. So you had a 2-time MVP on your roster, and that helped out a lot. Doesn't mean he's not a good coach. It just helped out a lot. And I think that when you're going with Mike Brown, it's a little bit on gut. Like you can make the argument like he had great defensive teams and great defensive leaders in those stops in Cleveland and LA. And that was one of the reasons why the defense was so good. I choose to look at it as I just think he's a good schemer of defense and gets guys to buy in. But I mean, LeBron and Kobe are 2 of the best perimeter defenders the game has ever seen.
Okay. I guess I'm looking at the list of MVPs. None of them have been coached by a dude that sucks.
No.
I mean, and I don't, this is not a shot whatsoever, but the outlier in all of this, it might be Billy Donovan, because you're looking around and you're looking at these names and you're like, there's Billy Donovan, until you realize, wait a minute, did Billy Donovan coach both Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant when they won MVPs? But these are all solid coaches who coach MVP players. It's not, there has to be a partnership of talent, a partnership with talent for a head coach. And that's going to be, that's going to be Mike Brown's, job now that he doesn't have a definitive, okay, I don't have that I don't have, LeBron's not there. There's no question. Like we could put, who's the best, if we posted this poll question right now and said, who's the best player on the Sacramento Kings? It's fair to say there's only 2 options, but it's not going to be 100%.
No, it might
like
be
if we
50, 60, 40 or something.
If we posted the question, who's the best player on the 2010 Cleveland Cavaliers, LeBron James or Antoine Jameson, or who's the best player on the on the Lakers? Is it Kobe Bryant or is it Powell or Dwight or whoever was on that? No, who it is. Right. This is the first time where he has to, he's working with an entirely different type of. I mean, hell, even with Golden State, he has that. Hey, we know what Clay is. We know what Draymond Green is. Mm-hmm. Steph's the man, though. Steph is the best player on that team. This is it. I don't know which dynamic is more difficult, man, because you have certain expectations. You have certain expectations when you're managing the dynamic of having a LeBron or a Kobe or Steph versus, well, it might be De'Aaron, but it might be Sabonis. Like not having a definitive where you could, if you're Mike Brown, you could get in here and look at it like, I got a bit of a blank canvas. Whereas in Cleveland, I don't have a blank canvas. I got a 6'8", 270-pound blotch on this, and everything gets painted around him. Kobe Bryant, same thing. Everything gets painted around him. Steph Curry, he doesn't have those, the same responsibilities in Golden State, but everything gets painted around him. Here, it's, man, okay, I've got a lot I can work with here with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
Maybe his job is to make them one of those guys that's definitively, we end this season and go, we know who the best player on the Sacramento Kings is.
And that should be the case. And I think that's the other aspect of this job that is going to define, in my opinion, is going to define what Mike Brown is able to do specifically in this upcoming year is, can he get the absolute most out of De'Aaron Fox? And I don't not exactly sure what that looks like. I don't know if it's more points per game. I don't know if it's a all defensive nomination or whatever the case may be. I don't know if it's a combination of both. Probably that's what I'd be looking for, combination of both. But can he get the most out of De'Aaron Fox? That's going to define, in my opinion, whether this is going to be successful or not. Because if he can get the most out of De'Aaron, we're cooking. We're cooking. If De'Aaron ends up playing the best basketball of his career with Mike Brown, we're cooking. If he can do that, it's all good.
What if he gets the most out of Domantas Sabonis? What if Domantas Sabonis is an all-star this year? I feel like I feel like I should have a second part to that. If Mike Brown got the most out of Domantas Sabonis, is that an indictment of De'Aaron Fox? Or is Domantas just better than De'Aaron? Like, because what I'm trying to tiptoe towards is there a situation where this year or maybe next year wraps up and we look at it like, yeah, this ain't Mike Brown's fault. This on De'Aaron Fox. Because look at Sabonis. Look at the big fella. Look what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And he really clicking with De'Aaron. I don't think it's Mike Brown's fault. I think it's De'Aaron's.
Oh no, we're gonna say it's Mike Brown's fault. He got something to do with it. If that happens, he didn't get the most out of Fox,
but he got the most out of Sabonis.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
So he gets the most out of Sabonis, but not Fox. It's Mike Brown's fault, not De'Aaron Fox's.
He definitely bears responsibility. We're not doing that because you can make the argument Luke Walton got the best out of De'Aaron Fox, and he got all the blame for not getting everybody else. He got the most out of Rashawn Holmes, and he got the blame for everybody else. So no, Brown will definitely bear responsibility for that. I think De'Aaron Fox, Sabonis is who he is. I think he's a made ball player. Man, it'd be crazy for him to do a lot better than what he's doing, in my opinion. You know, I think he's pretty close to the ceiling. I think Fox is too, personally. I just think the consistency of De'Aaron Fox is something that needs to be unlocked. Number one, I mean, and I even say
we're unlocking him again.
But I even say that more as to, I mean, that's unfair to Mike Brown, but that's the nature of the beast. Like we talk about all the time, De'Aaron Fox needs to be more consistent, just himself. He don't need nobody else to tell him to be more consistent or work more on the defense. That shouldn't be Mike Brown, Alvin Gentry, Doug Christie, Luke Walton's job. That should be De'Aaron Fox doing that from within. But that's not how it goes. That's not how the game goes. It's going to be looked at as Mike Brown needs to do whatever needs to be done to get De'Aaron Fox to the level he needs to be at.
But at what point is that how the game is done? Because you think about what you just said. You just mentioned Doug Christie, Alvin Gentry, Luke Walton, Dave Yeager. All of these guys have coached De'Aaron Fox, and we're still looking for a level of consistency. We're still looking for a level of leadership. We're still looking for a level of aggressiveness that just doesn't seem to be there. At what point is it not on Luke or Alvin or Dave or Doug or now Mike Brown? It's on De'Aaron Fox.
Well, I mean, it should be on him from the start.
Well, no, I understand that. I understand your point about pointing out Luke Walton and Rashawn. Like, I completely understand the point you were trying to make. I'm asking, when does that end? We got more keys than a janitor right now. We're walking around like a high school janitor with a key to every locker, a key to every room, trying to unlock De'Aaron Fox. Yeah. At some point, I'm like, these keys don't work. I need a touch lock. Does my fingerprint work? Y'all got a code to punch in? Because these keys ain't working. I need something else.
Well, the way these things are set up, if he's not it, they're not going to succeed. So at that point, for me personally, it don't matter whose fault it is.
Could the Kings be successful? Could the Kings be successful if De'Aaron Fox was clearly the number 2 best player on the team? Not questionably the number 2 best player. Because there are people right now who would say Domantas Sabonis is the best, and that's fine. But if we got halfway through the season and it's like, oh, Sabonis is that dude and De'Aaron is number 2, could this team be successful?
Yeah, I think they could be successful. Sabonis going to have to put up crazy numbers though. He'd have to be. I don't want to say Jokic numbers.
20,000 points in a year. You have to put up them type of numbers.
Yeah, you could.
I was going to say the 17, 12, and 8 or whatever the average is. That ain't gonna cut it.
Good enough. We're looking at like 20
plus,
12, and 8. You know, and Fox is putting up 19, 20 points a game or something like that. Yeah.
It's funny that we did this with Darvin Ham, and I did it with, we did it with Will Harding. We talked about the guys that they had worked with, the organizations that they've worked with, the coaches that they've worked with. And, Mike Brown's the same way, as we tried to point out. He's worked with Greg Popovich and Rick Carlisle. And of course, now he's working with Steve Kerr. But we praise that as like, yo, this is big. Like, look at the coaches that he's worked with. But we almost looked at the fact that, and I guess Phil is the only guy, and I read Auerbach, I guess, are the only guys we don't do this with, where we don't look at the fact that he's worked with Kobe Bryant and LeBron James as a positive. It's like a detriment. It's like, oh, he had a good stint in Cleveland. Yeah, but he had LeBron, 2-time MVP. Oh, he had a decent. He had a good year in LA. Yeah, but that's Kobe Bryant. It's like unless you win the championship, you're looked down upon. And it's weird that we look at coaches, we look at these guys and the coaches that they've worked with and praise them like, yo, that's good, that's great experience. But then we look at the players that they've coached and go, oh yeah, well, that's not good enough.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a detriment. It's a detriment to him. I can't take him seriously. Coach LeBron James, give me a break.
Yeah.
All right.
It is a weird dynamic. How about this one? Well, he coached LeBron. How long ago did he coach LeBron?
It was only 12 years
Wasn't
ago.
it a different game? Ain't it such a different game? If 8 years was such a long time ago, 12 years, an eternity ago.
Long.
It really was a different game, though. If you look back at some of those those games that they played, like the first year the only year they went to the finals. Those games was,
oh my God.
Those games were crazy to see.
83 to 79. Like for 4 straight games, 83 to 79. 916-349-1320. Billy, what's happening, brother?
How are you? Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to ask you about what's going to happen when Mike Brown discovers that De'Aaron Fox does not like to play defense and he milks injuries worse than Rudy Gay.
Oh my God! Hey, Billy, that's party foul.
Billy,
right out the gate, we don't talk bad about Rudy Gay. Arguably the nicest dude on the planet. We don't talk bad about Rudy Gay on this show.
It's a no.
And I got nothing for Billy. Billy, that's terrible.
Yeah, Billy.
I think Billy called into Trista Crick show at WFAN, the fan over the weekend. Let's bring in Matt George. He just couldn't wait to be with us, and we couldn't wait to hang out with him. Matty Ice, what's happening, buddy?
I'm on Team Billy. It's Rudy Gay's fault. I still stand by Rudy Gay. What did he tear his ACL, blow out his knee, whatever? It's his fault the Kings are in this position. It's that fault. He milked that injury. He's the reason DeMarcus Cousins was traded.
He tore his ACL. He tore his Achilles and just totally milked it.
He could have came back in a week.
He could have.
Also,
would have.
Y'all remember De'Aaron Fox getting a grade 3 ankle sprain, which is like the worst ankle sprain you can possibly have, and then returning like weeks before anybody with a grade 3 ankle sprain should be even remotely close to touching the floor. Y'all remember that? That happened like 2 seasons ago.
I don't remember that.
Because De'Aaron milked it. That's why it was only a grade 1. He's a liar.
It was an ankle tweak. Wasn't even an ankle sprain.
Ankle soreness.
Oh my. Bring it back. There's a throwback right there. Ankle soreness. Official introduction. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Let's just jump into it. I know you did a podcast last night. What do you think about the Kings hiring Mike Brown?
I love it. Like, I mean, let's be realistic here. Mike Brown was never my first choice. He was never top of my list. I think, D'Lo, even though you love Mike Brown, you said the same thing. But out of like the list of coaches that the Kings could go out and get, Mike Brown is one of the safest that the Kings could get. And some people might hear that term and think that as a negative. Oh, the Kings made a safe play. It's boring. It's not going to work. I think in the Kings situation, and when you've missed the playoffs for 16 straight seasons, you're not in a position to try and necessarily go for the home run or go for a blockbuster type move like a Mark Jackson move might have been. Even if I do believe, and Kenny, you and I talked a lot about this last week, I do believe Mark Jackson, basketball wise, could have come into Sacramento and made an impact. I just didn't think the Kings were the right team to take the flyer on the guy out of the other however many teams he's interviewed for over the last 8 years, and they didn't give him that position. Taking Mike Brown, D'Lo, you said earlier in the show, he's the best coach the Kings have had since Rick Adelman. The accolades say so. The reputation says so. His numbers say so. I know you guys were just discussing the conversation of having LeBron James and Kobe Bryant, and hell yeah, that's going to make your win-loss record a lot easier than having De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. But if you have a reputation of being able to work with stars in the NBA, that only raises your value for a guy like De'Aaron, for a guy like Sabonis, any young guy that comes through Sacramento and says, okay, I'm playing for a coach that took a LeBron James team to the NBA Finals. And I was guilty of, almost like you were talking about, using that as an argument against Brown because he didn't win a championship. I wasn't trying to undercut Brown. My point was it's hard to look at the success that Brown had in Cleveland and try and put two and two together with the success that he could have in Sacramento because there isn't a LeBron James here. But that doesn't mean that Brown can't be successful with De'Aaron, Sabonis, and this roster that the Kings still have to drastically improve this offseason. So overall, I think this is the right move, especially out of the three finalists. And I'm sure we'll talk about this, but it sounds like Monty got his guy. And if that's the case, then everybody should be applauded.
Oh, Monty got his guy. Hold that thought, Casey. We're going to come back. That's what we'll start with. We'll come back about Monty getting his guy because I think Kenny was about to tee off on that remark. Matt George is here with us. We got a long list of guests coming up, including Matt Barnes, Jason Lloyd, and James Ham, all on the way here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear.
The Cubs stink.
Sorry, I hopped on a bit early because I thought my son was going to bed, and he is currently flinging his milk bottle around his crib.
Nice.
But he's quiet, so I'll take it.
Swinging around your head like a helicopter. Good stuff.
You'll probably, I don't know if you can see it very well, but there he is.
Yeah, there he is. Man, he looked like you with the McQueen.
He's throwing back in celebration of the Mike Brown hire.
Looking like you with the McQueen.
I think it's 143.
What Monty got his guy. That's where we're at.
Be nice to me, Kenny.
Oh no. I just got questions. That's all. I just got questions. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Rhonda's eye makeup is always interesting.
And once again, she's coming out giving high fives to the fans and smiling, and then she does this whole saying bitch into the microphone 4 different times. It's like, pick who you want to be. You're gonna be this fun little baby face that smiles all the time, but then gets pissed off when you're in the ring. Like,
really surprised they did the baby face thing. Really surprised.
I mean, Charlotte's a great heel, but
she's like it. Yeah, she's phenomenal.
That was one of they did a really good job, so I'm not disrespecting it, but there have been so many massive I Quit matches in WWE's history that one felt a little underwhelming. Like the I Quit, one of the greatest I Quit matches of all time was Randy Orton versus John Cena, when that was like the peak of their heated feud. They had a massive I Quit match. That was like skinhead Randy Orton when he was evil, punting everybody, and that match he tied.
Skinhead would be the way I'd describe it, but
I've heard that's how I heard it called, and it actually not a lie. That was actually the name of one of his skins in a WWE video game before. It's probably not today. That was years ago. But I'm sorry, Legacy leader Randy Orton.
Oh, there we go. All right.
but Randy like handcuffed John Cena to the ropes or to the ring post and then beat the crap out of him with a kendo stick and stuff for like 10 straight minutes. It was a brutal match, but that was a great I Quit match.
I don't know where the Cena Orton match was, but I feel like maybe it's because it was Backlash that it felt a little underwhelming. Like if that was Money in the Bank, you know, at a bigger pay-per-view, maybe people would have. Because I remember hearing it was an I Quit match, but I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about I Quit. All right.
And speaking of Randy Orton, babyface Randy Orton is finally growing on me. It took me a long time, but RK Bro Randy Orton, he looks like he's having the time of his life right now. So I'm finally starting to come along with it.
Good for him.
Probably too difficult,
grow on me.
It's probably too difficult for him to be a heel. Like when you've been around this long, people just kind of like you.
Well, that's
and
true.
You'd have to work really hard. Some guys don't want to work that hard.
He's like Undertaker.
Well,
Undertaker was just Taker.
Well, if he ever turns heel again,
he didn't turn heel until his little docuseries started airing. Hey, while everyone's watching, could y'all hit the thumbs up? We've obviously got a good number of people in here on Twitch and YouTube and Facebook as well. We appreciate you guys so much. But if you could hit the thumbs up, man. If you're not a subscriber yet, become one. I think you'll enjoy the show on a daily basis. You'll enjoy all the videos that get posted in addition to the live show. So if you could amuse our vanity and help our show grow by hitting the thumbs up, man, we really appreciate it.
Did you guys see that UFC post-fight comment that I had posted earlier?
Yep. Saw that.
Hold on.
Saw that. That was interesting.
That's a wild boy right there.
I was like, wait,
yeah.
Here. We're coming back, guys. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. And don't worry, Kings coverage doesn't end today at 4:00. Kings coverage continues all the way till 6:00. Then we'll be heading out to the Golden State Warriors and Memphis Grizzlies after that. So no need to go anywhere when we wrap up at 4 because you'll get more Kings coverage throughout the day here until 6:00 on ESPN 1320. We got Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Matt just made it a point to say, man, I feel good about this Mike Brown hire because Monty McNair seems to have gotten his guy.
Look, and people may think I'm about to go. I'm not going to go in on Matt. I just need to know, when is this going to stop? When is this whole Vivek is meddling and it's always when is it going to stop? When are you guys going to see? It's not. It doesn't seem to be like that at all. Because if it's about him, like Damian said earlier, if it's about him meddling and trying to get his way, he sure does suck at it because he never gets his way. It seems like the basketball people always seem to get their way. He loses all these battles. When is this going to stop?
So two things. First off, Courtside Kenny is trying to get seats with the owner next season, and I appreciate it. And I really like it. No,
Courtside Kenny doesn't need Vivek trying to get seats next to Courtside Kenny.
That's a good point. No, I appreciate you, Kenny. I've been listening to y'all all week long. I've heard all the points that you guys have been making. One of the reasons why I bring that up is because last week y'all had me on when it was like right after the Mark Stein news dropped. And one of the things I tweeted this out yesterday, like I brought a lot of negative energy both to the show and to the podcast after that I was not happy to see Vivek's name brought up, period. Because of, and you guys talked a lot last week about, hey, where's the source coming from? I agree with you 100%. This source is coming from someone who does not have the best interest of the Kings at heart. And I mentioned this on the podcast last night or this morning. If you there's no reason to believe that Vivek didn't like the idea of Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson wasn't his opinion or his pick or the guy that he favored, but he always trusted Monty McNair to make the decision. And he was just sharing his 2 cents like every NBA owner does in a decision like this. So for me, bringing it up is if I'm going to give it negative energy when this unconfirmed rumor and report comes out that Vivek might have a favorite, then I have to give praise and positive energy to when the actual hire is made and it's not the guy that is reported. So my point in bringing it up is this. I think Vivek Ranadive, I think Monte McNair, I think the Kings' entire front office deserves credit for going about this the right way and hiring the guy that the general manager wanted, assuming that that's the case, but all signs point to that being the case. There's no reason to believe otherwise at this point in time. So that's why I bring it up, Kenny. But I do push back a little bit on Vivek's reputation is, and it's not just him, Kings ownership's reputation over the last 9 years. There's a reason why it is what it is. We could talk about the Nick Stauskas thing, which you guys have already talked about a lot. Kenny, I think I texted you during a show when you were asking for examples.
Back on that, by the way, I didn't mean to text you back. My bad.
It's all good. Like the two examples, there's a recent example of, I think it was a Jordan Clarkson trade that fell through. Again, don't know where the source is coming from. A Jordan Clarkson trade that fell through because Vivek took too long because he asked different advisors around the league. There's situations like that. And then speaking of from personal experience, I had George Karl on the Locked On Kings podcast a couple of years ago, and you can roll your eyes at George and the time that he spent here. But one of the things George told me, he told me specifically that there were many instances where Vivek would get a big table in a conference room together of coaches and assistant coaches, general managers, Vlade, ownership, and they would all share their opinions and discuss decisions involving the Sacramento Kings. And George Karl said specifically that he always felt like there are too many cooks in the kitchen, and he felt like the basketball minds, aka himself, his coaches, their opinions were not taken into account and were often overshadowed by Vivek, his advisors, and ownership. So that's what I'm bringing to the table. Yes, Damian Barling in the back.
How long ago was George Karl here?
I agree. I understand. 100% you're right. And things have changed. I agree. Things look to be trending in the right direction, especially since Monte McNair took over. All signs point to this has been McNair's team. D'Lo, we discussed, like, there is a chance that Luke Walton was brought back by Monte McNair because of financial implications. Either way, we 100% agree that the second Monte McNair brought Luke Walton back, he became Monte McNair's guy. Yeah. So Monte is not left off the hook for firing Walton 20 games into the season. So even if Vivek and ownership financially had any kind of influence on that move, it still is Monte McNair's.
It literally didn't save them any money. Like it literally didn't save them very much money. We should say.
Right. And they're still paying him right now. So, or is this contract up?
No, they're still paying.
No, they're still paying him.
They're playing Vlade, Luke, and Alvin next season.
They bought his ticket courtside for the Warriors game a couple nights ago. So good on the Kings for doing that for him. But it's a long-winded way of saying, Kenny, I understand where you're coming from. I do have the concerns still of ownership over involvement, because I've seen the patterns. The Kings have been so bad for this entire time that Vivek has been here. He has been one of the major consistents, but I give him all the credit in the world. I give McNair all the credit in the world for this hire. I think it is the right hire. And if indeed Vivek preferred Mark Jackson, but allowed Monty to hire the guy that he wanted, Vivek did it 100% right and doesn't deserve any kind of the anger or frustration that I brought to the table after the reports last week.
Shame on you, man.
Yeah, that damn Matt George. I always say this though, when it comes to Vivek and the reports of meddling. It's two things. The two things it's coincidental maybe, but number one, it's always the same report. The names are just changed, right? Like, oh, Vivek is meddling again in free agent acquisitions and trades and draft picks and all this other stuff. And then do you notice how he's always on the perceived wrong side? Like after a while, after like people have kind of, figured out who they want, whether it's the coach or the draft pick or whatever, the report comes out and Vivek is always on the wrong side, right? Does that just seem like a coincidence to you?
Vivek really wanted Darvin Ham. Like it's never
always on the quote unquote wrong side. It's just convenient. It's just convenient. That's all I'm saying.
Do y'all remember which side? I remember reading a report. It didn't really go anywhere, but when the Kings were down to their final 2 or 3 names for general manager before they hired McNair, I remember reading something that Vivek and his son, I think, disagreed on who the guy was going to be. And I think Vivek wanted McNair. I can't remember. I read this a while ago. It was a little mentioned thing, kind of a throwaway line in some kind of article or something another. But I mean, that almost kind of plays to your point. But until the Sacramento Kings win, like, we're going to point to the most consistent parts of an issue that has gone beyond the 9 years that he's been here, granted. But the last 9 years, he and ownership have been the one constant when coaches, general managers, and players have come in and left. So I don't really see that changing at all until the Kings start winning. And I think in terms of hiring a head coach that can get you close to that, the Kings did the right job, or a great job, in bringing in Mike Brown.
And what does Mike Brown mean for the roster now? So let's take a look at this. What do you think Mike Brown could mean for, let's start with Dante DiVincenzo, because he's a bit of a question mark here headed into the offseason, given that his team seems to have a poor relationship with some members of the Sacramento Kings front office. And I mean, Dante DiVincenzo. What's that?
The basketball people.
The basketball people.
No, Vivek didn't want to start him. Vivek didn't want to start him.
The people we got to listen to blindly, the basketball people, they not handling this situation that well. Okay.
Dante DiVincenzo seems like a perfect player for Mike Brown and what he wants to do.
100%. Everybody knows Mike Brown would have played Dante DiVincenzo and started DiVincenzo last season, so all of that can be brushed under the rug now. That's how we're going to play it off.
Told not to.
But Mike Brown wouldn't have listened to being told not to. Mike Brown does his own thing when he wants to do it. Everybody knows that. It wouldn't
shock me if that's a provision in his upcoming contract.
Don't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
I will be your head coach if you leave me the hell alone.
Being your head coach reserves the right to, coach the team.
Weird. What a concept. Yeah. Before I talk about DiVincenzo specifically, I mentioned this on the podcast too. Like, I initially felt like the Kings were almost moving a little too fast on this hire. Like, it surprised me that we had a list of finalists as early as we did. And here we are, May 9th, the second round of the playoffs, and that guy's hired. And at first I thought, are the Kings moving too fast and almost handicapping themselves, not giving themselves enough time to interview more candidates? But the more I thought about it, the more it makes sense. Monty McNair and the Kings still have so much work to do this offseason. They have so many decisions to make that it makes sense to want to get this move over and done with, especially if you can get your guy right away so that Mike Brown can now be involved, or at least share his opinions in basketball decision-making, personnel decision-making for the remainder of this offseason. So to your point about Dante DiVincenzo, I have to believe that I believe the Kings were already high on the idea of bringing him back and re-signing him as a restricted free agent. I have to believe Mike Brown goes, yeah, bring this guy back because he fits my system, or he's the type of player that I know I can work with, and I believe we can do good things with him. So, I mean, I like the idea of Dante DiVincenzo in a Mike Brown system. I think he fits excellent. I love the idea of a Davion Mitchell in a Mike Brown system. And I'm sure we're going to get to this too. Like, a lot of what Mike Brown has to do immediately if the Kings want to get results is maximize De'Aaron Fox. That's not all on Brown. If Fox doesn't reach his potential, it's not Brown's fault necessarily, but that's a major part of this hire too. And when you're bringing in a defensive mind, you're going to need De'Aaron Fox to buy in defensively. That's going to be task numero uno for Mike Brown as soon as training camp begins.
Oh, yes. Another key. We've got to unlock him.
Keys open doors. But yeah, Dante, I feel like he'd be a Mike Brown type player. I feel like that's a good marriage right there. And I think he'd be a good guy next to De'Aaron Fox, where, it doesn't absolve De'Aaron of having to be better on the defensive end or carry his weight, but it also doesn't place unrealistic expectations or place all the burden on him to be this perimeter lockdown guy. You've got help back there. You've got a guy that understands on the defensive end just naturally where he's supposed to be, what he's supposed to do. That could help him out back there. Davion could do the same thing, but I feel like Dante would be better for what Mike Brown is trying to do initially, at least in my opinion. And Matt, you also mentioned about how initially you thought that the Kings kind of rushed a little bit. And other people had that. I was on Twitter on Saturday like, yo, what's taking so long? I was on the opposite end of that too. And really where that came from is people look at it and they're like, oh, they took 27 days to hire their next head coach. And I look at it as it should have been 50. You knew Gentry was gone a long time ago. Starting the process, by the time the season ended, the only thing that should have happened, in my opinion, were the interviews. You should have already known who you were going after. You should have already known their strengths, their weaknesses, what you liked about them, what you didn't like about them. Only thing left was to talk to them in person and see if they matched up or if you learned anything different. But people talking about this as a 27-day process shouldn't be. It should have been about 47, 50-day process that they just went through, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't need to see a leaked picture of Monty McNair's whiteboard in the background to get to believe that there's a list of coaches already written down, or that McNair had an idea of guys that he'd be interested in talking to, especially if, like, what stood out to me from the press release today, two things from McNair's quote, and it's pretty consistent through this entire coaching search. One was defense, and two was experience. And Mike Brown clearly checks both those boxes. Hell, for the most part, all three candidates, you could argue Mark Jackson a little bit about experience, but at least he's been an NBA head coach before. You could argue all three guys check that box. So if that was the idea going into this next coaching search, when you knew Alvin Gentry wasn't going to be that guy, wasn't going to be coming back, yeah, I'm pretty confident in believing that Mike Brown was a name on Monty McNair's radar and that Monty was interested in well before the season concluded. That being said, still, after the season ends, like you said, you got to do the multiple rounds of interviews, especially when you had as long of a list initially that was reported. And remember, that list wasn't, I don't think that was the full list. They were amongst the candidates, and there might have been other names on there that the Kings were interested in that maybe interviews didn't happen, like a Kenny Atkinson maybe, or there could have been other names that did happen that just weren't really worth mentioning or never got reported. So I just felt that, and we still don't know, like, I guess Quinn Snyder is supposed to speak to the media today or something like that. We don't know what Quinn Snyder's future is. There could have been other coaches made available. I just personally...
He about to be Batista. I quit.
That would be a moment. He just fires shots at Rudy Gobert the entire time, touches all the microphones and leaves. I would love it. Regardless, like, I felt that, especially after hearing McNair say we're going to take our time in his postseason press conference, for us to get to this point this quickly, it surprised me a little bit. But again, it makes sense why, with the amount of basketball decisions that McNair still has to make this offseason. Now the real work begins, truth be told, because even as much as I like Mike Brown, as I do believe if the Kings roster stay the exact same, Mike Brown could get this roster into the play-in. But I think Mike Brown will fail in Sacramento if the Kings don't drastically improve this roster, and Monty's got that work to do starting today.
Well, it shouldn't start today. It should have started months ago, right, Kenny?
Well, look here. If Mike Brown is interviewing for the job, he should know everything about this roster and what he want to do. If I'm interviewing, I should have an in-depth look and be ready to tell Monty McNair exactly how I would go about this. So yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, with us here. Matt Barnes coming up in just a few minutes. Jason Lloyd, who covered the Cleveland Cavaliers, still covers the Cleveland Cavaliers for The Athletic, covered Mike Brown back in his time with Cleveland. He'll be with us here in this 2 o'clock hour as well. James Ham coming up. Mike Brown, universally respected around the league. Steve Kerr had some tremendous things to say about him earlier today, as a matter of fact. Do you think this becomes, with Monty getting his guy, Mike Brown being a respected coach around the league, you think this becomes a more attractive place for free agents? Like, fine, but it becomes like a little bit more of a appealing, like the thought of it, like, okay, I see what's going on here. They went and got Sabonis. They brought in Mike Brown. By the way, Mike Brown is like the latest in a commitment to defense from Monty McNair. Given the fact that this guy came from Houston, and we know what the Houston Rockets were. Davion, Dante DiVincenzo was, the first move he tried to make. Like, he's clearly locked into the shortcomings of this franchise. But I wonder if the addition of Mike Brown and at least the perhaps illusion of stability may help them this offseason.
Yeah, I think players, agents, coaches, whoever looking at the Sacramento Kings are still smart enough to recognize that 16 years of terrible culture doesn't just change with one hire before the guy's even here. So I don't know if I'm ready to go that far yet. I will say, though, I don't think anybody is going to hold a hire like this, hiring Mike Brown, against Monty McNair at any point. If it doesn't work, like you guys were just talking about, maybe that's on De'Aaron Fox. Maybe that's on something else. The players that are on the court, or Mike Brown's system didn't just work or anything. But no one's going to turn around when McNair's career is said and done and go, wow, he hired Mike Brown. What an idiot. Like that, or what a terrible hire. It's a terrible decision. There's a lot of reasons why, like we've already talked about, it makes a whole lot of sense. So I look at it less as more attractive to maybe people who are going to join the team, and I look at it as very attractive for the players that are currently here. Like, we asked both De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis in their postseason press conferences if they wanted to be involved in this decision. Domantas Sabonis flat out said, yeah, I'd appreciate my opinion being heard. De'Aaron Fox said he would have conversations, but he didn't care or didn't mind like his opinion being heard or not, or being involved in the decision or not. Regardless, like you need your stars to support your head coach. And I have a hard time believing that Sabonis or Fox could find any reason not to be happy about Mike Brown being here in Sacramento. So I think that's the most important part, because you got to get those two to buy in to the culture that you want to set before you can. And I mean, even having guys like Davion Mitchell and Dante DiVincenzo, hell yeah, they're probably attractive for Mike Brown, because he doesn't have to sell them too much on what he's trying to bring to the table. He knows they're going to be ready to go day one. So getting those guys to buy in, I think that's what starts to make everything more attractive. And hopefully the wins that come after that, that's what starts to make everything attractive for everybody else. But I think from an outside perspective, you can look at what Sacramento's doing and go, they probably still have a long way to go, and I'll believe it when I see it. But I at least see them trying to make progress and trying to make smart decisions versus taking a flyer and trying to catch lightning in a bottle.
Matt, are you like me in this respect that you're expecting them to make the playoffs next year? I mean, 10 seed playing, all this other stuff. The situation can't be the same this year. I'll put it to you like that.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm expecting. If they don't do that, it's a failure on Monty McNair's part and the entire roster and the coaching staff.
100%. Absolutely. 100%. You go into a season with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis on your roster. I know, and I expect the Western Conference to get better. I'm not naive to that. I don't think the West is going to be as bad next year as it was this year, and the Kings still couldn't make it. Like, the Kings have to be better. Now, I'm trying to be more realistic this offseason and next season than I was going into this season, because yikes. But overall, the Sacramento Kings, they at minimum have to be a play-in team. And I said the same thing last year, but ultimately you want to see the Kings building a foundation that they can build upon year after year after year after year. As much as we want to say, you don't build a team to just make the playoffs, you build a team to win a championship. You got to walk before you can run type thing. So if the Kings can get into the playoffs, and for me, success is the Kings playing in a legitimate playoff series. If the Kings were to be a 7th, 8th, 9th, or 10th seed, host or on the road, lose a play-in game and miss the playoffs, then to me, you're just glorified NBA purgatory still. Maybe you played one or two more important, exciting games that got the fan base a little bit excited, but still, where are you at? Like, unless the season went really, really well and then catastrophic injuries, knock on wood, like derailed your progress, and anything can happen. But for me, it's get the Kings into a best of 7 series, even if they're 8th seed versus 1st seed. If they get swept and wipe the floor, who cares? Get them there and then build upon that next offseason and the offseason after. That is my bar for success this offseason, Kenny. And anything less absolutely is a failure. And it is not going to be all on one guy like we sometimes try and make it out to be.
Do you think the roster needs massive improvement? Now that we can get back to worrying about the team, do you think the roster needs massive improvement or tweaks?
Yeah, I said massive improvement, but I understand that is suggesting that the Kings need to potentially replace Fox or Sabonis, which I don't necessarily agree with. I do believe everybody's on the table. The Kings aren't good enough not to have everybody on the table. And if McNair, the right move, whatever that means, is there for Monty, that he'll pull the trigger and send Fox or Sabonis packing. I don't think he's closed-minded to that, but I think we can all feel pretty comfortable in saying that Fox and Sabonis are going to be the 1 and 2, A and B, going into next season. So I think the Kings need to massively work to improve their overall roster, surround that talent with players that are, one, going to fit with that Fox and Sabonis style, like a floor spacing, rim protecting big, or a two guard that can also space the floor, shooters to surround Fox and Sabonis with. But in addition to that, now they have to also fit the system that Mike Brown is going to try to implement, which I guarantee you he sold McNair on. That's the reason why he got the job. So Brown knows, or probably has a pretty good idea of what kind of system he wants to run. Now you have to go and get players that fit that system. And to me, still, one of the top priorities for this offseason is you have to go into next year with a bona fide established starting five. I don't want to, even if Dante DiVincenzo is a starting 2 next year, I can make an argument that maybe the Kings could have done better. But I believe DiVincenzo can be a starting 5 or a part of a starting 5 that is a playoff team in the Western Conference. I don't need players like, no disrespect, Justin Holiday, who, well, yeah, he's starting here, but on 29 other teams, he probably wouldn't start. No. Like, I don't need even guys like Mo Harkless. Again, no disrespect. I don't need a roster of guys like that. Fringe talent, to me, needs to be taken care of. The Kings need to go out and get an established starting 5 and then add 2 or 3 pieces off the bench to give you consistent minutes, realistic pieces off the bench. You're not going to get superstars coming off the bench to build some kind of super team. But if you can if Davion Mitchell is coming off the bench and you get him a shooter and a wing defender or a big that can help him out as well and pick up the slack if the starters are struggling or carry on what the starters have done, the Kings are in good shape. But it's going to take a lot of work to fill those holes.
Real quick, Matt, what's the thing you're most excited about from Mark Brown? For me personally, it's the defense. I mean, that's something that's followed him every step of his way. And I'm anxious to see and excited to see what he can come up with this group and what he can bring to Sacramento in that respect.
Yeah, for me, it's simply what can he get De'Aaron Fox to buy into? Like if Mike Brown is going to come in here with a defensive background and he's going to bring this defensive culture and identity to Sacramento, but he doesn't get his best player, his star, his max player to completely buy into that, then it's going to fail. Like if Fox needs to lead by example. So to me, I'm most excited to see not just early in the season, because we've talked about Fox needs to get rid of these slow starts and needs to come out the gate playing at the level that we expect him to play at and then carry that through. But it's not just offensively. Like De'Aaron could get better offensively, could hit more 3-point shots, could hit more free throws, and that would probably help his all-star status. But the biggest area of growth, the biggest area of unlocking De'Aaron Fox, D'Lo, to me, is getting him to buy in and play consistent defense. He doesn't have to become a great defender overnight. I don't think that's realistic. I don't know how much better Fox is going to get defensively, but we've seen he's capable of playing good defense when he buys into it or when he tries. We've seen him in the fourth quarter clamp down when he's had to from time to time. If Brown can get that to be common or frequent and not infrequent like it is currently, then that's part 1 to success.
Appreciate you, Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Subscribe here on YouTube. Subscribe wherever you get podcasts from, be it Odyssey, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, whatever it may be. From Matt George to Matt Barnes joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
What an upgrade.
We love you, Matt, but I know KC doesn't want to miss his 13th round, so we gotta let you go.
Later, y'all.
No,
thank you, my man.
Matt. And apparently I'm just gonna call Mark Brown forever. I guess that's the case. I guess that's what's going down.
You want to reconnect and I'll pod you down?
Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway, man. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches doing what they do. And, we got to talk about the upset of the year in boxing already. It's only May. I don't think there'll be a bigger upset this year than Dimitri Bivol beating Canelo Alvarez in a unanimous decision in the 175-pound weight class. It was a really good fight. Like it really was. I appreciated the skill level by both fighters. Canelo, it wasn't like he was terrible out there, but Bivol, his discipline and what he had for that game plan, the discipline to listen to his trainer, Joel Diaz, and the game plan that he had set out for him, I thought it was a thing of beauty. And essentially what happened to me in this particular fight is Canelo moved up in weight. And it wasn't the fact that there was just this bigger guy that he couldn't handle or whatever the case may be. It was more of the fact that this guy was disciplined with a combination of Canelo wasn't able to hurt this guy. The power didn't travel. You know what I mean? And a lot of the times when you see Canelo in these fights, we saw it against Caleb Smith. We saw it against Billy Joe Saunders. He'll beat up the arms and all this other stuff to the point where it'll weaken that opponent's defense, and then he can crack through that guard and do all this other stuff. Bivol was able to take all that. He stayed disciplined of what he was supposed to do on the defensive end, and he made sure he didn't leave those openings. On top of that, when he defended, he came back with punches with Canelo. And that's the one thing that I think a lot of people don't do. They get caught up in just defending or doing all this other stuff and staying out of the way. They forget to quit. They forget not to bring pressure back to Canelo. That's what Bivol did. He brought the pressure back. It was a masterful performance, man. Like I said, I didn't have high expectations of this fight going in. I thought Canelo was going to win rather easily. I was wrong. Bivol did a phenomenal job with the game plan and the discipline. That's what stood out to me the most. We're going to talk about what's next for both of these guys. Canelo said he wants a rematch. I don't know if that's the best thing to do. We're going to talk about all that tomorrow on the 13th round. But today, tip my hat to Dimitri Bivol, man. Big ups to him. That's the 13th round. There we go. Yeah, that's one of them right there. Hey, Jesse, you got Matt's number, right? Okay. Oh, Jay Hardaway, we're gonna talk about that, man. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that. I don't know about that, Aldrin. I don't know if we need to do that. I don't know about that, brother.
Jesse, you feeling good? Feeling good about 4 to 6? Okay. No, I 11 minutes. I got you.
Jay Hardaway, you're wrong. Errol Spence was already the number one fighter in the world. I'm just saying, bro.
Steelo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Big thanks to Matt George for joining us. Matt Barnes going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. Jason Lloyd covers the Cleveland Cavaliers. I wish I'd stop saying covered, as if he still doesn't do it. He covers the Cavs now. That's fine. That's your ideal coach. That's your ideal coach. It's a combination of Mike Brown and Mark Jackson.
That would be a great coach. I would love that.
It'd be the edge of Mark Jackson. It will, now that this is behind us, Mark Jackson's future will be interesting. I don't remember him having this level of buzz.
Yeah, it seems like it's the closest he's been to getting something.
And it started with LeBron. LeBron would be enthused. I don't remember what the exact word was, but it was something along those lines. And so that kind of brought up the Lakers. And then I think there was something from LaMelo. LaMelo would love the idea of Mark Jackson. LaMelo was like 11. Like, what are you talking about? But I'm not. If it's all if it's a strong marketing campaign, I ain't even mad at it. Like they've done their job to get Mark's name back out there. And was even reading an article from Richard Deitch in The Athletic about Mark Jackson's replacement if he winds up getting a head coaching job, that obviously being Doris Burke. But we welcome in Speaking of television, our man Matt Barnes, former member of the Sacramento Kings and former member of the Los Angeles Lakers, played for Mike Brown. Matt, curious, what type of coach is Mike Brown?
My experience with the Lakers and Mike Brown was a unique experience from a standpoint of, the organization and team went from Phil Jackson to Mike Brown. So needless to say, it was a tough, what do you say, maybe getting used to the situation. I've had Mike as a head coach, and then I've also had him as an assistant coach. I think he's a great person, great guy. Nothing bad to say about him. But my whole thing is I really feel like the Kings need someone who's going to come in and set a whole new foundation of how things are going, how things are going to be ran, and how this team is going to play basketball. And the one thing about Mike is just such a nice guy by nature, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing by any means. I just don't know if he's going to have the ground to step on when it comes to like really changing a culture. And I think more than a new head coach, that's what the Sacramento Kings need, is someone who's going to come in and change the culture and not necessarily be buddy-buddy with guys, but get the best out of what you have. So I'll be anxious to see, like everyone else, if this hiring was the right hiring.
Yeah, I'm interested as well. When you talk about Mike Brown as a coach, are other things pretty much the same way that we see it on the outside, where he is this really good defensive mind, he gets guys to buy in, and he leaves a little bit to desire on the offensive end? Or is that part being a little bit overblown, where he is a better offensive mind than people give him credit for?
I think he's just a really good basketball mind overall. Obviously, defense is where he hangs his hat, but I think overall he is a good basketball mind. And creativity is obviously what you need these days. The Kings need help on both sides of the ball. But one thing, that I came in and said at the very beginning of last season when I came in and started commentating was who was going to be the leader of this team. And it's yet to be defined who is the actual leader as far as players go. So the next obvious person to be the leader is going to be your head coach. So, it'll be interesting to see if, how he's able to lead this team and really, just break so many bad habits that not only the team has, but the organization has practiced as well. So, he's stepping into a new situation. I'm sure he's going to be paid handsomely for it. But it'll be, closely magnified because it's been a revolving door for the head coaches that have taken in that seat. And, hopefully this situation will be different.
Man, it doesn't feel like you're sold on this at all.
If I'm being honest, I'm not. I'm someone who's really going to straight shoot people. I'm not necessarily sold. And again, that's not a knock against him as a person. I just feel like some guys are better assistant coaches. Some guys are suited to be, second in charge. And I don't say that with any disrespect, because I know everyone wants to twist and turn things. I don't disrespect. I just felt like Mike was better as an assistant coach to me than he was as a head coach to me. And there's a lot of guys in the league like that. There's a lot of great basketball minds who have been great assistant coaches. And I could be wrong on this one, and I've been wrong before. So I'm not painting a picture of he's a bad guy, they did the wrong hire. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that I'm going to be curious to see, just like everyone else, if this was the right move.
Do you think Mark Jackson had those attributes that you're looking for that the franchise needed?
I do. I do feel like Mark Jackson had I don't know what it's called, but he had something that was in him that, if you think back, Mark started, the foundation with the Warriors. You know what I mean? There was a little, a little lull for that team for a while after the We Believe situation had broken up, and they had drafted Steph and were getting new pieces in left and right. And Mark was the guy, and kind of started, what this team was about. We're going to hang our head on the defensive end, and we're going to be really creative and create space on the offensive end. And, obviously Steve Kerr came along after that, and they made a dynasty run. But I think Mark Jackson doesn't get enough credit for what he initially started with that young core of Steph, Clay, and Draymond.
And he has that attitude you're looking for.
Right. And again, like I said, when I say that, I don't mean it as anything bad, because it's not bad. Everyone should be a nice person. You know what I mean? But I just think sometimes it takes something a little different when you're trying to reestablish and define a culture. I don't necessarily want the nice guy if I'm trying to do that. I want the guy that's going to come in and get it done no matter what it takes. You know what I mean? No matter who's talking back, no matter who doesn't think it's right, I want someone that's going to come in and really lay the law down of how, we've been doing your guys' way for a long time. That shit hasn't been working. Excuse my language. This is how we're going to do it now.
It's clear that the Sacramento Kings are focused on defense. That's Mike Brown's MO. Is that something that you guys focused on? I know you said the transition was a bit difficult from Phil to Mike Brown, but was that a big focus for your team in LA?
We were a defensive, minded team. Myself, Kobe, World Meta Peace. We had Andrew Bynum holding down the middle. So we played defense already. But again, Mike Brown's defenses with the Golden State Warriors have been absolutely amazing. And obviously a lot of that has to do with Draymond and Clay when he was healthy. But defense is an attitude and it's a want, because it's not celebrated like offense is. It's not paid like offense is. It's not even pretty, but it wins. You know what I mean? So I hope that these younger players and guys here will really buy into understanding, we'll have some pace on the offensive end, but we really need to work on our defense.
Hey, Matt, what do you think is the biggest issue? Or like for me, for instance, I think the biggest thing that Mike needs to do is he needs to get the best out of De'Aaron Fox. I think that is going to be what kind of defines whether or not he's going to be successful here. Do you agree, or is it maybe getting the best out of Sabonis or Davion or something like this? What do you think his number one thing should be to goal to achieve here to make this team the best they could be?
I completely agree with you. De'Aaron is the head of the snake, and I think post-trade of Tyrese, we really saw how potent De'Aaron can be on both ends of the floor. He is obviously one of the young, bright scoring guards in this league, but the knock on him is he doesn't really make other guys better. And I think post-trade, post-All-Star break, he was doing a great job of mixing it up between scoring and getting other guys going, but then also being able to play defense. If you're one of the fastest guys in the league, one of the most athletic guys in the league, you should be able to play defense. Again, defense is something you have to want to do. So I think that'll be, the challenge of not only Mike, but the rest of the coaching staff to get, De'Aaron to buy in on both sides of the ball, because I think, with his speed, his quickness, how fast his hands are, there's no reason why, him and Davion Mitchell can't have, a lockdown starting backcourt, one of the best in the game, if De'Aaron is able to apply the defensive aspect to his game.
Yeah. Matt, you back for season 2?
Oh, we're talking. I definitely want to come back. I had a lot of fun. It was great being back and being in Sacramento more. So we're definitely talking, and we'll see what happens.
Man, we definitely need our guy Matt Barnes.
Man, I'm not confident in anything you're saying today, man. Between Mike Brown and that. Hey, who do we need to talk to? Because I ain't doing 82 games of Kenny. I can handle 41 games of Kenny Thomas. I ain't doing 82.
No, it's just, this is something that, that's really near and dear to me. Sacramento is my hometown. You know what I mean? And to see how great this team was in the late 90s or early 2000s during the Chris Webber days, and how much the fans appreciated it and deserved that. And it's just been a nightmare ever since, So I'm really hoping that, ownership and management, are standing firm on their decisions, and they're doing everything in the best interest of the team, because, as a fan of the Kings, there's nothing more than I want to see them than to be competitive. And I think I speak for all Sacramento when I say that. So, I pay attention a lot more closely to the Kings than I do other teams, because at the end of the day, I want to see them do well. So, I'm always hoping for the best for Sacramento.
No doubt. We appreciate you, Matt. Hey, Matt, real quick before you go, this is random, but our boy Mel Charlo, he going to take care of business on Saturday, right?
Ooh, I think so. That first fight was a battle, and I think he may have underestimated him in the first fight. So I think, now he knows what he's in for, and, I'll be ringside watching, so we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Ringside Matt. Love it. Appreciate you as always, my man. Thanks for making time for us.
All right, fellas, have a great day.
All right, that's our man, Matt Barnes, right there. I don't know why it was quite an adventure to start that conversation. So we apologize. Sometimes I don't really know how stuff comes across like over the air versus over the stream. I know how it came across in my ear, and I think we might have been on Matt's Bluetooth, like in his car.
I think that's what it was because he changed something at some point.
Yeah, I think we were on the Bluetooth in his car, and it was, whoo, man, that was an adventure. And then, of course, as John Bull says on Twitter, death, taxes, and someone cussing live on ESPN 13. Excuse my language.
He had to keep it stacked.
It's like when someone says you suck. No disrespect, but after they drop the word, it's like, oh, excuse my language. We make, what the thing is, man, we make people too damn comfortable. And by the way, Matt ain't coming back. You hear how Matt was tiptoeing around that? Matt ain't coming back for season 2. Yeah, like I ain't doing this no more.
Hey, they gotta take care of him. They gotta take care of him.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Don't bench on Matt Barnes. Let's give him what he needs.
I ain't doing 40. I ain't doing 81 games of Kenny Thomas. I ain't doing 82 games of Kenny Thomas.
Hey, we need Kenny on this show, man.
Kenny, what? Kenny Thomas is like TNT at 1 o'clock in the morning. 1 o'clock Eastern time. Kenny's wild, man.
Except it's 9 o'clock right now when he's on.
Right. Oh man. Well, I'm glad to get.
He said some things though.
Well, hey, I'm with it though. I mean, look, I even got a text as Matt Barnes was talking. Told you! Exclamation point. There's a lot of people who I think
in the house, man. Shout out to Cleveland.
There are a lot of people who I think heard Matt and were like, "Yep, that's what we were worried about. We keep hiring these nice guys. We need to hire." I don't know if people thought Mark Jackson was the guy for that. I think the name, at least of the early list of candidates, I think that fits that is probably Darvin Ham. And I think now you've got people's concerns like you hired a more established Luke Walton. You hired a nice guy. I accused Vlade of hiring a little buddy rather than hiring a coach.
A little buddy.
You just got a little buddy to hang out with everybody. Ain't gonna hold an person accountable, but hey, just a little buddy to hang out with and talk basketball with. And I mean, Matt's got a whole lot. Matt's got a whole lot more strength to talk about that subject than at Kings Fan 319 on Twitter. Because
damn, what did they ever do?
I don't even know. I'm sure that's a real account too. So apologies to the account. Matt played for him.
Yeah.
In that transition, from out of Phil Jackson. So, he can speak from it. He can speak on it.
Hey man, in the sense that I got from Matt, and I ain't trying to put words in his mouth, but I feel like I can relate, right? Where he don't have nothing bad to say about Mike Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Brown he knows the game. He's a good man. Like I said, he's happy that he gets this opportunity again. No one take nothing away from him, but he knows like I'm not sold on him being the guy, and I only say that because obviously not the NBA, but I play for coaches like that. I love the guy as a man.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good man, and he's not just a scrub when it comes to understanding the game of basketball. That's not what it is. But when you talk about sitting in that head seat,
head of the table, if you will,
head of the table, right? I think there could be better options, and I think that's kind of what it is.
What type of coach, I guess, got the most out of Kenny Caraway?
I don't know. To be honest, I had a lot of guys like Mike Brown.
Or are you a coach killer?
They all kept their jobs, but I think I had a lot of Mike Browns, which is good.
You had a lot of.
I never got
smart
challenged.
basketball guys, but nice guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I never got challenged to the point of like somebody saying, "Hey, step your game up," or you can be better than what you are right now. Like you're doing cool, but that's not enough.
Does Steve Kerr do that?
I think so. I think the first thing that comes to my mind is I think that's what he did with Kevin Durant a lot of the times. And Kevin didn't always respond to it very well, which was kind of ironic. But I feel like Steve Kerr challenged Kevin Durant to be a different type of player and play within a system a little bit more, trust the system. And from everything that I've heard, it's not like beef or nothing like that, but I think there's times when KD wasn't really feeling it. So, but at the same time, I agree with Matt too. Like there's a level of when you talk about this Kings team. I mean, we joked about it, but they need a cleanse. They need a no pun intended. They need a savior. They need all of this, and just bringing in a guy that's just a cool dude. It may be a concern for some people of whether or not that's going to be good enough to turn around this massive situation that's going on here in Sacramento.
I think you could be a cool dude and a good coach at the same time.
I do too. But do you have the guys that are going to respond to that?
Well,
at their max, or are they just going to be like,
I also
it's urgency.
I think it's worth pointing out Matt Barnes' experience with Mike is different because that's a championship basketball team. That's not a team looking to ascend. That's not a team looking to grow. That's a team with, you heard him with Metta World Peace himself, Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol. That's a team with aspirations of winning a championship every single season they're out there.
Right.
And that could be the difference. How could you give up? How do you move on from a coaching hire in 5 games like you did, Mike Brown that year? That's probably all you needed, right? Because it's what the Sacramento Kings in 2022 are looking for in Mike Brown are not the same that the 2010 or 2011 Los Angeles Lakers were looking for Mike Brown. That could play a factor as well.
Absolutely.
916-349-1320. You want to get in here, be a part of the conversation. Let's get our man David. David, what's happening?
What's up, gentlemen? How you guys doing?
We good, man. What's on your mind, big dog?
Well, I called a little while ago. I stood on the table for Mark Jackson.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
And for the exact reason why our friend just called and spoke about. But I have something I want to ask. You know, the NBA is a really, really tough sport.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They're really rough. So if you're going to go in the trenches, who you want to be with you? Mark Jackson or Mike Brown? If you're in the trenches, which one of these guys you want calling the shots for you?
I mean, I don't think Mike Brown can't call the shots for me. I don't want to present that one. Me personally, obviously, like I kind of get what you're saying. Like,
I don't. You're not at war. You're playing a freaking basketball game. We're not getting off.
We know we're not at war.
Playing a basketball game. I want the smarter one. Which one's smarter? You guys use the term like going to trenches and who you want out there battling with you. I want the one who's going to outsmart the other one. That's the guy I want.
On that aspect, you can get the smartest guy you want. If I look at him like he's crazy, like if he can be smart all he wants. If I'm not sitting up here,
you can be crazy too. You could, you could be smart, but you could also be crazy.
Yeah. Look, Mike Brown. The concerns that I have about Mike Brown are, I think they're legit. I want to see what he can do.
Sure.
This is another opportunity for him. This is a different time in his life and his career. And just like I would always say about Mark Jackson, off the court and even some of the on the court stuff, people can change. People can reevaluate what happened the first time around, what went wrong, and change that. Same thing here with Mike Brown. He could reevaluate some of the mistakes that he made, or different ways of going about certain situations and being a head coach. He could have reevaluated that for the last however many years he wasn't the coach, and said, if I get another opportunity, I'm going to handle these type of things this way now. He could absolutely do that here in Sacramento. And I'm just interested to see if, he can tap in to what this franchise and what this roster needs.
916-349-1320. Stanley.
Yes, Matt Barnes is preaching the truth. I mean, man, I tried to tell you all before they need someone like Bobby Huggins. I told you that. You come right here getting these nice guys. Nice guys finish last. They get smoked. I tried to tell you, Bobby Huggins will make people accountable.
You did say that.
Put his foot in somebody's.
Yeah, you did say
Backside.
that. You're right. You're right.
I tried to tell you that.
You did. You're right, Stanley.
Danny Fortson. Danny Fortson on the coaching
Stanley, but Bob's 68 years old. How much longer are you going to do this?
As long as it's necessary. As long as necessary.
Okay.
He's got, not just because he's older now, that doesn't mean the fire is not in his veins. He's not averse to taking somebody in practice and putting his foot in a place where the sun don't shine, okay?
Okay.
That boy Stanley be talking that talk, man. That's why I like Stanley. He talking that talk.
I love Stanley. Bobby Huggins. 68-year-old Bobby Huggins. Gonna tell De'Aaron Fox how to get this.
The other thing about like what Matt talked about and what Stanley talked about and they talked all these, I don't want Mike Brown to be anybody other than who he is. Because if he comes and tries to be this tough guy, people are going to read right through that. So your best bet, Mike, and I'm sure he understands this and will do this, is to just be the best Mike Brown you can be. And I hope and trust that it'll resonate with these guys to a point where they can win. But what I don't want is him trying to be Mark Jackson or Bobby Huggins or anything like that. And that's not who he is. Just be Mark Jackson and try to let that resonate with these guys in this roster.
So this is interesting. We talked to Matt Barnes, and he's got a lot of people who weren't on the Mike Brown side of things, screaming "I told you so," or texting "told you," or letting you know that they were right about the assessment of Mike Brown all along. Of course, Matt Barnes played for Mike Brown in Los Angeles, so he can speak with authority to that. We're going to talk with Jason Lloyd, who covered the Cleveland Cavaliers while Mike Brown was in Cleveland, and he can give us his perspective on Mike Brown's time in Cleveland, the type of coach that he is, and what we can expect from the newest head coach of the Sacramento Kings. So this will be an interesting dynamic, I think, going from Matt Barnes here to Jason Lloyd. He joins us next, right after Jason, James Ham. We keep it moving here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That timing workout, you think is that Matt Barnes gonna work? It's gonna work? Okay. Okay.
Cool. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. I had Backlash playing in the Black Round. That main event was a really enjoyable main event. This is the second time I've had that on, man. That was really good. Really good. No, I don't think so. If they did, I missed it twice. Oh, if that happened, I missed it twice. Yeah, I think Jason will be all right. No. Stanley, man, that's fun stuff right there. Appreciate y'all being in here. Please subscribe, hit the thumbs up if you haven't yet, and be all you can be. I wouldn't be opposed to it either. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Oh man, it's funny. It's a good question, Ryan. Is Steve Kerr considered a nice guy? I think that he is. Oh, man. Every single time. Ramsey, you got to chill with the name calling, man. It's just fun, bro. He's just a character. Like, come on. Ramsey, be better than that. He's just having fun, man. Ramsey, you harsh sometimes, bro. Yeah, but it can be bad too. It can be bad. Trying to catch up, man. Y'all have been jumping today. It's hard to catch up on all of these messages. Perhaps. Yeah, perhaps. That's certainly a concern, man, for sure. Certainly a concern. I like Mike though, and I think he's a good coach, and I think it'll work. Hey, and there you go. Metu reuniting with Mike Brown in Freeport. I watched it. I actually watched this morning. Maybe we'll save this for later in the week when we don't have as much to do. But yeah, they never made it to the doctor's office, which leads me to believe they just. I think the whole first 2 episodes were just to shock you, and that's it. Because that opening scene of the series had absolutely nothing to do with anything at all. Yeah, we had so much time. I watched it after the call. Ha! That's awesome. They don't do it. Joe? The Lakers won the championship. Give me a break. There is a like a subplot, not a subplot. There is like a story at the end that I thought was trash that they didn't need to put in there. Like I thought it was absolute trash because it's not real. There's so much in the show that's fake, but they made David Stern look ridiculous in one of the last scenes.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. That was a great show.
It was a great show. They never got back. We were just talking about it. Never got back to the doctor's office. And
no, they didn't.
I didn't like the David Stern thing. I didn't like that MVP thing. Because when they showed the scene with Kareem at home, I was like, wait a minute. I thought Magic won the MVP.
Yeah.
And so I pulled it up and it's like, yeah, Magic won the MVP. Like, what are you doing? This is weird. And then that scene with David Stern, it's like, oh, get the fuck out of here. That's trash. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We're with you. Jason Lloyd going to join us here in just a heartbeat. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. If you missed anything earlier in the day and you're on ESPN 1320 of the Odyssey app, no worries. We're going to run it back for you from 4 to 6. So you got plenty of Kings coverage leading in to game 3 of game 4, game 5. What game is it tonight?
4.
Game 4 of the Warriors and Grizzlies.
Ja's doubtful.
We talked about this last night with Sarah and Ben. I don't like what this series is turning into at all.
Ugh, just nasty.
This series above all the other ones is supposed to be fun. Mm-hmm. This series is not fun right now. It's turning into something.
It's a mess.
It's turning into something kind of gross.
Stay off Twitter too. When thinking about this series, when talking about this series.
Yeah, everybody stay off Twitter, including some of our dear friends who cover the Golden State Warriors. Stay off Twitter because some of y'all were looking a little bit funny the other night. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Gonna respond to a couple of y'all. I was like, hey, I'm gonna walk away. Emotions are high. Everybody's a little riled up. Let's walk away from this right now and get back to talking about Mike Brown. So this is going to be interesting. Let's bring in Jason Lloyd of The Athletic. Jason, I know you covered the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now you covered the Cleveland Cavaliers when Mike Brown was there, and it's going to be an interesting few minutes for us because we just talked with Matt Barnes, who played for Mike in Los Angeles, and hey, he had it. He had a unique experience. I'm curious. What's your overall opinion on Mike Brown as a head coach?
So there's a lot to unpack with a simple question because I think Golden State drastically changed his style and his approach. And I'm really curious to see how he is. Obviously, I didn't hear what Matt had to say, but I've got a couple guesses because Mike, when he was here and when he was in LA, he was very much we're going to go until we get this right. And everything had to be perfect. And I mean, he had a 3-hour practice in Summer League in Vegas when he came back to Cleveland. And guys were like, "Are you kidding me?" And like, let's back up for a second. So I haven't talked to him since the pandemic. Like, I haven't talked to Mike in at least 2 years. But I know the experience at Golden State was really good for him. And in terms of a human, you will not find a better guy. He is a phenomenal dude, just in terms of character and just like, I've been around this league long enough to see the gamut from scumbags to pretty great dudes, and I would 100% put Mike in the pretty great dude category.
You really just covered the last couple of years of Kings coaches, so that's good.
So Mike, I talked to him when the Cavs and the Warriors were playing in the finals. I had a couple of really good conversations with him, and he pretty much said that like being there really was good for him and helped to lighten him up a little bit, to where he doesn't take everything so seriously. And it doesn't have to be we're not leaving here until we get this right 3-hour practice. It doesn't always have to be that way. So I'm really kind of fascinated that this is the job he took because, I mean, everybody knows about the dysfunction in Sacramento. He's had opportunities before to get back into it. I don't know if he would ever do it again. He was very, very happy being Steve's assistant in Golden State. And like, his name came up in the Ohio State coaching search when Thad Matta stepped down. And I remember like texting going, "There's no way you're taking that job." He's like, "No," like he was loving life. And so of all the jobs to take, it really surprised me that this is the one that struck his, whatever to want to make him a head coach again. But I think he will be really good. X's and O's wise, you won't find a better coach. Like he's fantastic in terms of X's and O's. He struggled at times relating, I think, to players. And like I said, the 3-hour practices, whatever else, and we're going to be here until we get it right. Turned off a lot of guys, I think. And so that's where I think being in that Warrior culture will really, really help him. And I'm really curious to see now what kind of coach he is, given what he already knows about the game, combined with, I think, the relaxing atmosphere of Golden State and how that wears off on him.
Yeah. So it's so fascinating that you would, have that type of outlook on it, because that's one of the good things about, going to different places and being under different coaches and things of that nature is you get to maybe see some of the flaws in what you did the first time and say, hey, I'm not going to incorporate that this time. What is like some of Mike's core beliefs essentially as a coach that even time in Golden State isn't going to change? Like, this is who he is.
He is a defensive-minded coach. He's going to win on the defensive end. He's always been that way. And like, listen, I'm not going to pretend to be a basketball expert. I know enough. I know what I'm looking at, and I know enough about the game to cover it. But we had conversations in Vegas when he came back to coach the Cavs the second time. We were sitting there in Mandalay Bay or something, and he was diagramming plays with like salt shakers and napkin dispensers with me. And like, okay, when this happens and this does this and this goes over here, I'm like, okay, wait a minute, you got to back up. You lost me. And he'd back it up and he'd show me again. I'm like, no, you got to do it again. You lost me. Like his mind is very much a defensive mind. And I don't see that changing at all. And he says things like they have to feel us on the defensive end. Like he wants to play a physical defensive style. And in terms of offense, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to run. Like he got screwed the second time around in Cleveland. He never should have got fired. He got 1 year, and Kyrie never really bought into him. And I think that was really complicated. Like Kyrie never really gave Mike a chance. And when your best player won't give you a chance, it's really hard for you to have success as a head coach, obviously. And, you know, Dan Gilbert made this big thing when they brought him back. He said it was a mistake in firing him, and he apologized. And they fired him again a year later. And so that never should have happened. He never should have got fired as fast as he did. The whole thing just fell apart in Cleveland. And it was unfortunate to see. But I think he'll do a great job. You got to give him time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing Sacramento doesn't seem to do with a lot of their coaches. And again, that's why I'm frankly shocked that of all the opportunities that he had to take over time, that this is the one he would take after he already dealt with a pretty dysfunctional organization in Cleveland.
He's coming to save us, Jason. That's what we have convinced ourselves.
If you give him enough time, he will turn it around.
Well, that's the problem. We don't have time, Jason. we don't have time. Like, needs to happen now. Now.
Well, you know what's really funny is because I've seen that with the Browns, with Browns coaches. It's the same thing. Like, they want immediate. Like, they've been through it for so long that they want immediate. They want, you have to do it now. Do it right now, or we don't believe in you. And that's, you know, a lot of times coaches wind up paying the sins for their predecessors. I've seen it time and time and time again. Doesn't matter the sport. It happens all the time. And I'm just saying, like, if they'll be patient with him, you got to give him players. Obviously, any coach is only as good as his players. He can do a terrific job as an NBA head coach. I absolutely believe that.
You mentioned Mike's focus on defense, and I think that's one thing that's come up a lot over the last week or so since we saw Mike Brown was, a finalist here. Not just his attention to defense, but perhaps maybe, is it fair to say there was a struggle on the offensive end, or is it a lack of attention on the offensive end? Like, what was really the disconnect, if there was one, with Mike Brown and offense?
Yeah, he probably could use an offensive coordinator type on his staff. Certainly when he was here, he could have used that. And again, that's where that I'm really curious to see his staff that he builds, and who he brings with him. If he brings anyone from Golden State, obviously the Warriors know how to put the ball in the basket, and who will come, if anyone, from that. If he'll go back to his Cleveland roots to assemble a staff. Yeah, I mean, some of his teams struggle to score. There's no question about it. He had a really young LeBron his first time around. And a lot of times it was just give to LeBron and get out of his way. He's one of the greatest of all time. Let him go figure it out. And then obviously he had Kobe in LA. So he's had some superstar game-changing type players. And, you know, I'm talking through this in real time with you guys. It's funny because I just saw Mike Longobardi over the weekend, Kings assistant coach. And that's sort of his strength is defense. And Mike's family still lives here, still lives in Cleveland. And I happened to bump into him. We happen to live in the same city, and I bumped into him just over the weekend at a restaurant. And he was saying, like, you know, we got to see who the coach is first and see if he'll be back on staff or not. And that is Mike's strength is defensive coaching. So I don't know what that means for Mike's future. You know, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But in terms of an offensive coach, yeah, I think that he could use someone to help him on the offensive side. And again, that's where that Warriors impact. I'm interested to see how that carries over.
Yeah, Mike gonna have scores like Ohio State football. That's the score it's gonna be looking like.
Jason,
now, when they brought him back to Cleveland, they brought him back with the idea, like Byron Scott. When Byron was here, they were just terrific defensively. And Mike made this. It was a young team, and he made them better. They improved on the defensive end. They improved across the board, really. I think they won 9 more games, but that was the year before LeBron was going to be a free agent, and it was very much an expectation of playoffs or bust that year, and they didn't make the playoffs, and it looked like a disaster of a season when, in reality, they improved dramatically over they were the year before he arrived. It just wasn't enough to satisfy ownership.
That first year in that his return to Cleveland was playoffs or bust?
Yes. Because you got to remember, okay, so like I wrote a whole book on that. So I'll boil the whole thing down to like 30 seconds. They spent 4 years trying to reshape the roster and get them in a position for LeBron to come back. And the first 3 years were with Byron, and they were awful defensively. And I loved Byron. I had a great relationship with Byron, but they were horrific defensively. And Dan Gilbert was very much a defensive-minded coach, and he always regretted firing Mike. So they went out and they in free agency. They brought in Jarrett Jack. They brought in Earl Clark and someone else. I don't remember. Oh, Bynum, the Andrew Bynum thing. And it was very much they felt like they had to make the playoffs to try and entice LeBron to come back. And they were awful those first 3 years. And it was by design. Like they were trying to accumulate trade assets and high draft picks, and they wanted to build a roster that would be appealing to LeBron. And it was a disaster. In that fourth year, there was a ton of pressure on the organization. Everybody knew it was at stake. It didn't work out. The GM got fired, who's actually one of Mike's best friends. Chris Grant, the old Cavs GM, is one of Mike's closest friends. And Chris got fired, and then Mike got fired after the season. And then the funny thing is LeBron wound up coming back anyway. And had they just stayed patient, the plan actually worked. But they just got impatient and fired everybody and swept everybody out. And it ended fine. Like, David Griffin came on as Cavs GM. He used all the assets that Chris acquired, traded for J.R. Smith, sort of reshaped the roster, traded for Kevin Love, and the Cavs got the championship out of it after all. But it's just unfortunate that it looks like a stain on Mike's record when really he did the job that he was asked to come in and do. They just didn't make as big enough of a leap for him to save his job.
Well, good thing Mike coaches for an organization that's much more patient now. So we're all in a better place.
I'm telling you, man, that was the most surprising thing about it. Of all the, because I know there are other teams that were interested in him over the last few years. Of all the teams to jump back in on, he basically jumped back into a situation very similar to what he had in Cleveland. That surprised me.
He's going to right the wrong.
Now we need wins now.
Tremendous insight, Jason. Can't thank you enough, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Good luck with them.
All right, Jason. Appreciate it. That's Jason Lloyd right there of the Athletic.
You have to go out like that.
Good luck with him. And we wish ourselves luck with our man James Ham. James, what a weekend to lose your phone, buddy.
Oh yeah,
that's crazy.
Right when it happened, I was like,
"This is my theory. We would have found out Saturday." But Monty couldn't get a hold of James Ham to tell him. So like, we can't just tell Adrian, let's keep it moving. I can't find Ham anywhere.
That would be good.
Yeah, it literally was one of those moments where, I mean, it happened so quickly. My son was backing out a boat, and it was on a rack, like up inside of like a canopy. So he dropped it down into the water, but didn't drop it all the way down. He didn't drop it low enough, so it was still a little too high. And we have umbrellas on the front, so it caught one of the umbrellas and flipped it off and knocked it into the water. So he backed out the boat, and the umbrella's there, and I'm watching it. It's up in the air for a minute, and then all of a sudden it starts to like sink, and I'm like, So I hopped across these wooden planks over to the like on the actual boat lift. And I went and I was trying to grab the umbrella out of the water, and I hear blonk, and I went, oh no. It just all happened so quickly. I did not intend to spend half of my Saturday like in the water trying to like muck, just absolute muck, looking for my phone in the water and never found it. Yeah, it wasn't fun.
And that's why the Sacramento Kings ruined Mother's Day for everybody, is because Sam dropped his phone in the water.
That's funny.
Proper introduction. ESPN 1320 Kings Insider James Ham here with Dylan and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. So it's Mike Brown. How did we get here?
A comprehensive and process-driven approach led us to the right candidate. I mean, I think that at the end of the day,
right candidate? Do you think he's the right guy for the job?
Yeah, I think he's the right guy for the job. Well, I mean, look, were there other coaches out there that could have probably been the right guy for the job as well? Maybe, but of the original 7, this was probably always the guy that it should have been. And in the end, it's one they landed on, and I think that's a good thing. He's low risk. He is high reward. He's not just a defensive coach. I know he's known as a defensive coach, but going back and looking, especially on those early Cav years, he posted like the 9th, 18th, 20th, 4th, and 6th highest offensive ratings in the league. So he does have some offensive ability. He did spend the last 6 years learning under Steve Kerr in Golden State. And then he is an absolute gem when it comes to the defensive end. And we've talked about this before, but really when I look at him, you kind of had to go with a defensive coach. I mean, this team has not been in the top 20 in defensive rating since 2005-06. Like, they have been horrible defensively. Mm-hmm. And it is what it is. At some point, it can't just be about getting an offensive guy and hoping that he can hire a defensive coordinator that can help the team out. It has to be a defensive guy who needs an offensive guy to help him. And so that's what I think they did here. And again, I think it's the right move, at least out of the guys that they were looking at. It's a really, really solid hire.
Sorry.
Oh, do we have to take your breaking glass privileges away? What is this?
This is breaking news. Celtics say Robert Williams is out for tonight's game 4. Sorry, Jesse. Knee soreness, left knee soreness. So no Robert Williams tonight for the Celtics.
You are absolutely taking your breaking glass privileges away.
Hey,
you broke glass for Robert Williams?
That's not important. Yeah, we're
Jesse.
Jesse's in the studio banging his head against the console right now. He got the same alert that we did. We talked to Matt Barnes a little bit ago. Matt, of course, played for Mike Brown in that, I guess, transition year in Los Angeles, and had concerns about Mike's ability to kind of lead and really take charge and take the team and pull them up. And our as we kind of dissected that remark a little bit, I looked at the Lakers being in a totally different position than the Sacramento Kings are. The Lakers of that 2011 year or whatever it was, in a very different position than the Kings of 2022, 2023 are going to be in. And we're going to see Mike work with a team that he's never really had before. Like, he's always had a dominant figure on his team where LeBron James in 2010 or in 2005 is the best player on that Cleveland Cavaliers roster. That Kobe Bryant is the best player on your Los Angeles Lakers roster. Here, it might be De'Aaron, it might be Domantas Sabonis. No matter which one you decide it is, neither one of them is clear, and neither of them are on the level of the other two guys I just named. So this is a very unique, to his coaching career, this is a very unique experience for Mike Brown.
Well, yeah, and I mean, how old was he when he took over the Cleveland Cavaliers?
I mean, 35.
Yeah, so he was a young man then. I mean, this is a guy that's kind of grown up in the NBA just like players do. And so what we're going to see is probably a completely different iteration of Mike Brown than what we saw before. And I mean, you can have those concerns, but I think those are concerns with everybody when it comes to every coach. And the thing is that, number one, he's done it on really good teams. He inherited a team in Los Angeles that was very, very unique. I mean, they're coming off like a Phil Jackson run. You're talking about, really seasoned veteran squad. Maybe he wasn't able to capture the imagination of those guys, but at the same time, like, they didn't exactly, perform up to standards either all the time. And so I don't know. I'm willing to give Mike Brown the opportunity to succeed here. And, we'll sit down, and I'm sure we're going to have lots of conversations with him over the coming months. We have to wait until he's done with the Warriors. The Kings aren't going to have a press conference until the Warriors season is over, which could come. I mean, that could take a while here. And, look, every coach is different. I mean, you could say the same thing about Luke. You could say the same thing about, Dave Yeager, about any of the coaches the Kings have had. Can they capture the imagination of a room? And this is a younger squad that they're going to hopefully build with. And I'd like to see what he's got.
What's the thing you're most looking to see from what he can do with this team? Is it just defense and how he can possibly change this whole roster's mentality, the whole locker room's mentality, what he does on the defensive end, or is it something else?
No, it's can he capture the imagination of the locker room and you can just put a period on it. Like, that's it. Like, can you capture the imagination? Can you be a leader of men? Can you lead these guys into battle? Can this be something you can grow with and they can grow with you? Can you develop a culture here in Sacramento? And we keep talking about that. And as of right now, like, the culture isn't horrible. And it's a bunch of good guys. It's a bunch of very nice guys. But it's a culture that has lost consistently. And you have to worry that you can't change who somebody is after 5 or 6 years of losing and sort of having that beat into you. So what you're hoping is that you can create a culture of winning and really like change the way that people are perceived here and the way that this job is perceived. And, whether he's the guy that can do that, we're going to have to give him a couple of years to see. But, plenty of other men have failed in this task. And this is a guy who has experience who, again, everyone talks about like the LeBron James, he coached LeBron James. And it's like, first of all, it was a super young LeBron that he coached the first time around. Secondly, like the best player LeBron played with in Cleveland for like the first couple of years, it was Larry Hughes, who averaged less than 16 points a game. Zydrunas Ilgauskas averaging like 13, 14 points a game. This later on,
there's like an Antoine Jameson run in there somewhere
at the very end,
Williams,
but also Mo Williams. Like, these aren't household names, and they're not household names because they weren't very good once they left there. And Jameson has a solid career, but by the time they got him, he was, I think, 33.
Mm-hmm.
So, and even then, the highest points per game that he ever played with was Mo Williams at like 17.8 points per game. Mm-hmm. It's not like those were world beater teams. I mean, when he took the team to the finals in the second season, that team was not good at all. And he had LeBron, but outside of that, like, there wasn't anything else there. And I guess one guy can lead you to the finals. I guess he can't get you over the top, but he definitely is a coach. He's not just a figurehead. He's not just a guy who comes in and looks good for cameras and talks a big game. This guy has gotten dirty and coached. So yeah, I like it.
The thing that concerns me a little, sorry, Dame, the thing that concerns me a little bit about what you just mentioned is when you say the number one thing is being a leader of men and being a culture changer, I wouldn't put that as his first attribute. Can he do it? We'll see. We'll find out. But that number one thing that needs to happen, that wasn't his strong suit. His strong suit was being nice and steady, defensive guy. When you talk about a leader of men between the two candidates, that's Mark Jackson. Changing a culture, that's Mark Jackson. And that's the thing that worries me about Mike Brown is I don't know if he can. I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying I don't have the same level of confidence that he can do that, because I don't think that's his strong suit. I think his strong suit is to come in, give some stability, and like I said, I'm excited to see what he can do with this team on the defensive end. But if the first thing was the other stuff, I don't think that's a strong suit.
Mark Jackson turned a team around and got to 51 wins in 3 years and got fired and never got a job again because of the way that he led. And that's it. Like, I mean, we can hash out the Mark Jackson candidacy here, but that had disaster written all over it. I would much rather have a guy who, again, understands a system, understands how to build a culture, who came from Popovich's system, who worked for all kinds of great coaches along the way, who had massive success, who has a 616 career win percentage, who's led almost every team he's ever taken to the playoffs, to at least the second round of the playoffs. Like, this isn't some guy that doesn't have a reputation, who doesn't have an ability to lead. I mean, we can wonder if he can be a complete culture changer, but like the teams he coaches wins, and I get it with Mark Jackson, but the culture that came out of that was toxic. I mean, like you can think like he can stand up in front of a team and preach and do his thing, but it only lasted so long because he ran himself out of the building, and I get it, but that's a guy that some people liked here, but it's been 8 years and no one else has given him the job. And I mean, just so we're clear here, the Sacramento Kings just didn't give him the job.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, but you should say that that's not one of 30. The Sacramento Kings wouldn't give him the job, where that actually means something in this whole discussion.
And to be honest with you, James, I probably shouldn't even mention Mark because he's irrelevant. My thing with Mike is he's irrelevant to this conversation. My thing with Mike is what you said this team needs is not his strong suit, in my opinion. Like I don't look at him as this guy that's going to come in and change the culture. We just talked to Matt Barnes. He said that's not really his bag. That's not really what he does. He's a nice guy. He's a good basketball mind. He's not a culture changer. And that's what kind of concerns me about this thing. If you're saying that's what the team's number one priority would be, it don't really line up right now.
I would say you don't stumble into a 616 win percentage. You have to be able to lead. You have to be able to have a personality. You have to be able to direct traffic, to have, I mean, we all know he's a defensive guy, but in order to teach defensive principles to NBA players or to, 9-year-olds, you have to be able to demand something from somebody, because that's all about effort. That's all. I mean, that takes leadership in itself. Like rolling a ball out there and having guys score 140 points. Mike D'Antoni's brilliant, but there are coaches all over the place that can score. They can get a team to score. Getting a team to play defense, I mean, that's where leadership comes in. I mean, everywhere he goes, they improve defensively. That tells me he can lead, and he can make guys do something that is uncomfortable for them, which is play defense. Because all of these guys are the best players on every team they ever played on, and very few of them ever played defense before they got to the league, and all of a sudden they've got to learn. And he's been able to do that. So, I don't know. I'm confused. Like, again, if I looked at that list, and I'll look at it all the time, but he was the guy from the beginning. And I don't know if there's, a lot of people say, oh, why isn't Terry Stotts on this list? Well, Terry Stotts never got a team to play strong defense. He had strong defensive players, but he never got a team to play defense to buy in. And that's what it comes down to. If you're going to be a guy who your entire career is set on defense, that means that you're a leader who gets people to buy into what you're doing, because nobody in the league wants to play defense.
So what's next?
Next, we just shift into neutral and we wait for Mike Brown to slowly do his coaching hires, which I don't think they might wait all the way till the end. But at the same time, I think that he really does want to finish his thing out strong with the Warriors. He wants to put, the Kings job, like compartmentalize it to the side and say, okay, that's waiting for me, but I got to get through this, and we're going to try to win a championship here. And so we're going to have to wait. We might know something about some of the assistants relatively soon. But as
Kenny
of right
and I were
now,
talking about that earlier. Do you think he already, like, I bet Kenny's money.
Money.
You
can bet his money.
I feel more comfortable betting your money. Mike already has his first assistant, like his lead assistant. He probably already knows exactly who that is and has a good idea of how he's going to fill out this roster.
yeah, I mean, I think he's got some ideas. I mean, I think even in the interview process, you ask, like, what are you looking for? But, will Steve Kerr let one or two of his guys go? Will a guy like, Chris DeMarco come along with him, who almost took a job as an assistant in Sacramento a couple of years ago, and I thought was getting a job here in Sacramento, and then at the last second it didn't work out. Does he have someone else in mind? Can you go back to his old staffs and find somebody that he spent a ton of time with and feels super comfortable with? I think what's that?
Darvin Ham.
Yeah.
Darvin Ham, one of his staffs.
Well, I think he was on a staff. Maybe he was on the Lakers staff. Yeah, but I don't think long term. And Darvin Ham is a guy that he helped discover, as a player and stuff like that. So I think that what we're going to get from Mike Brown here is a coach who's learned who and what he is and what he needs to supplement what he brings to the table. And so I think we're going to get some strong coaching hires here to go around him and really kind of like if there are any holes in his game, they'll catch him. And that can be, someone he's comfortable with. It can be, some up and comers that he knows of or someone knows of. But I expect him to have a pretty solid staff here in Sacramento.
Do you think this process went too fast, too slow, or just right?
I think it went just right. I think when it came down to it, like the last couple of days, I mean, I wish they didn't have to do it on Mother's Day. But just looking at the Warriors' schedule, it really was the only day. Like either you got it done on Friday, which, they were still doing like sort of the interview process, like cleaning up the interview process. Once you got to Saturday and you knew that like there was going to be that weirdness that, Vivek was going to the Warriors game, but also Mike Brown was coaching in the Warriors game and Mark Jackson was calling the Warriors game. That had like a recipe for disaster. You couldn't make an announcement for that. And then you got to Sunday, and I think, the Kings, they waited as long as they could to let people have a good Mother's Day. And then they're like, okay, we got to do this because he's got, on Monday, the Warriors, of course, have a game. And you don't want to be a distraction from him and what he's trying to accomplish there with Golden State. So I think a 2-week process is good. I think you got in, you got your interviews done, you had your finalists locked up before anyone else even really hit the ground running and started to do a bunch of interviews. And that means that you kind of had a placeholder. Mark Jackson did interview with the Lakers, but at the same time, they were kind of focused. He was focused here first, and then if it wasn't this job, if he got 2 job offers, then he would have to sit there and mull them both over. And so, yeah, I think the actual process itself, 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks, 2 days over 2 weeks, that's actually really good and probably about as thorough as you need it to be.
What do you think swayed them towards Mike? Not just over Mark Jackson and Steve Clifford, the forgotten candidate here on the final list, but also over guys like Mike D'Antoni, Darvin Ham, Charles Lee, those guys who were on the Will Hardy, the guys who were on the initial list.
Yeah, I know very specifically the reason why Mike D'Antoni wasn't considered was because of the defensive side of the ball, that they knew how good he was offensively. Monty McNair is extremely comfortable with Mike D'Antoni. They spent a lot of time together in Houston. But at the end of the day, you got to look at all of the pieces that go into that. D'Antoni is, I think he did turn 71 or he'll beat 71 like any day at this point. On top of that, I think he's just known as an offensive guru, and on the defensive end, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's kind of the way he's been, and they wanted to focus on defense. And then again, with the other guys, I think the experience of being a winner, of having the ups and downs of, coaching an 82 game season for, 7 years. 1 year he had the 5-game like weirdness in LA. But you want someone that understands how difficult it is, how much this takes out of you. And I understand that too, how difficult it is in Sacramento, because every time that this thing hits like a 4-game losing streak, you have this, oh no, here we go again mentality. And you got to be able to bring your guys through that and get them over the hump. And when it hits 7 games, when it hits 8 games, you got to be able to like, pull back and like ride out the storm. And the Kings aren't good at that, but they are good at getting themselves into those situations. And so at the end of the day, like the experience factor is huge. And that's why I think they didn't go with one of the inexperienced coaches, just because, when this thing does lose itself a little bit through an 82 game schedule. And it always does, especially in Sacramento. You got to have somebody who has a strong enough base to get you through. And I think that that's why they believe that, Mike Brown is one of those guys in this list that has been there, but also has shown an ability to avoid some of those problems and to get teams through an 82 game season without faltering.
We just talked to Jason Lloyd from The Athletic, covered Mark Brown. See, I almost did it again. One of these days, I'm just going to say Mike Brown consistently without any kind of issue. But he covered Mike Brown in Cleveland for a number of years. And he spoke about how he was surprised that Mike took this job because it is such a tough undertaking to take over this franchise right now, especially when he said Mike had other offers, throughout the years and would probably get one another time. Are you surprised that Mike Brown actually wanted this Kings job?
Yeah, I told you guys in the beginning, he's the one guy on the list that I didn't know if he would take the job. Like that was a legitimate concern. He's in a really, really good position. I mean, at the end of the day, he's won, I think he's already got 3 championship rings as an assistant. Like, that's a lot of fun. Like, I've been to all of the, the Western Conference Finals, the NBA Finals with, covering a team. When you're winning and you're cruising through those things and you're coming home with a ring, that's incredibly exhilarating and it's rewarding. And, that's why he's been there for 6 years. So, yeah, I think getting him out of Golden State and again, like earlier when I mentioned, like, this is a Kings job. Like, this is a franchise that hasn't won in 16 years. Like, this is a hard sell. It's a hard sell for free agents. You got to make perfect trades. You've got to draft extremely well. And then you got to hope that everything works out. And 9 times out of 10, the Kings fail at least on one of those fronts. And so you got to figure out a way to, if you're going to come here and you're going to sign a 4-year deal, you got to figure out a way to be the guy that kind of figures it all out and puts it together. And if you do, you'll be revered. And that's what we saw with Rick Adelman. But outside of that, this job is it's eating people alive. And so someone has to be the right guy to step up and take over a team that has some major question marks. You hope that they keep building the roster. You hope that they fix a lot of the holes. But at the end of the day, you also hope that you have a coach that can establish a culture and a mindset. What is Kings basketball? It's something that I've heard from Doug Christie for so long. What is Kings basketball? And if you can tell me any year outside of the 1 year where Dave Yeager just had them running and Kings basketball was, we're going to run you off the court, that's the only time in the last 16 years that they've had any kind of identity. So you need someone who can build an identity. Whatever that identity is, you need it. And that's probably the most important thing. That's what I mean by you need a leader of men, a guy who can set the table, but really you get the buy-in and you develop who and what the team is. And again, I think of the list of 7, Brown is the surest bet to be able to create that.
I want to ask you, I'm glad you brought up Doug Christie. I want to ask you about him when we return. I want to ask you some questions about this roster as well. Plenty more ahead with 1320 Kings insider James Ham here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We're clear. I'm going to run downstairs for a second, guys.
Yeah, man.
Sorry if I snapped at you there.
Not at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't take it that way at all.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. There, and Matt Barnes can have his opinion all he wants. I totally get it. He's been in those locker rooms. But this is not that team. I mean, that team had huge, huge personalities everywhere. And part of, who Mike Brown is that he can get different types of personalities to buy into who and what he is and what he's trying to accomplish. So, there are many ways to skin a cat as a manager of people.
Absolutely. I think he's a good basketball mind. Like I said, I'd be lying if I didn't say I'm wondering if he's like a leader of men in that respect. I mean, and Matt said what I was thinking. There's some guys who were assistant coaches. You know what I mean? And I don't know if Mike is just an assistant coach or is he a guy that could take a team to the next level. Obviously, right now, I hope he's goddamn John Wooden, Phil Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Hell, he ain't even got to be that. Be Ty Lue or something like that. Get these guys to the postseason. So I hope he's all that, and he deserves the opportunity to find out, you know, what type of coach he is. But I mean, those are my concerns about him going into this process as well.
That team he took to the NBA Finals, holy cow, that team is bad. I mean,
Yeah.
like, here we go. Shannon Brown, Boobie Gibson, Drew Gooden, Larry Hughes, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, LeBron James, Damon Jones, Dwayne Jones, Danielle Marshall, Ira Newbill, Sasha Pavlovich, Scott Pollard, which I think Pollard was hurt most of that season, Eric Snow, Anderson Varejao, and David Wesley. David Wesley was in year 13. Danielle Marshall was in year 12. You know,
I'm trying to think of what happened that year. And this isn't to knock Mike Brown. I'm just looking at the league. The East was so garbage at that time. I don't know how Detroit let that happen, where they lost to that Cleveland team.
Yeah.
It's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, well, you know, they beat the Wizards, they beat the Nets in round 2, they beat the Pistons.
I remember that. So didn't they sweep the Nets?
No, they swept the first round series 4-0, second round 4-2, 4-2 in the third round.
Yeah.
And then they lost 4-0 to Duncan and Parker and Ginobili. But again, like on that team, Larry Hughes averaged 14.9 points. Drew Gooden averaged 11. Ilgauskas averaged 11.9. And then after that, it's like a steep drop off. Pavlovich averaged 9, but like no one could score. Like, and even LeBron only averaged 27.3, playing 41 minutes a night. 41 minutes as a 22-year-old. I mean, like, that takes some coaching. It really does. So, you know, guys, like, I've never once looked at one of these rosters that he had in Cleveland and thought, oh my goodness, you know, outside of LeBron James, it really is a whole bunch of like nobodies.
Yeah. I will say this though. You better win here. Better get this right.
Hang on, Casey. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live as well. For those on ESPN 1320 and the Odyssey app, you're worried about Kings coverage running out at 4 o'clock. No worries. Stay put. We'll run some things back for you from 4 to 6 leading into the Warriors and the Grizzlies tonight. So you have to go nowhere to get your Sacramento Kings coverage here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN at 1320. As we were coming back from that break, Kenny was in the midst of telling 1320 Kings insider James Ham, Mike better win.
Facts.
Pick it up from there.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. And all this stuff that we talk about, what he did in Cleveland and what he did, that's all fine and well. He better find a way to get it done in Sacramento. For me personally, ain't no buffer. Ain't no, well, I got to give him time. First of all, the general manager's going on his 3rd year. If he doesn't have a roster good enough to make the playoffs at this point, that's a major concern. Second of all, this is what you got into. Ain't nobody, well, give him some time. Yeah, I'll give him some time the first week of the season. I better see like a 500 team or a team above 500 at that point, because it's time to win now. And I want to ask you, James.
Kings are 2-2. Kenny's like, we got it. First week of the season.
Stay here the whole time. Stay 500. You'll be good. You'll get where you need to go. But I want to ask you, James, do you think that's the same message within the front office walls of the Sacramento Kings. The time is now. Like, when now? Not to say when now or you'll be fired, but when now?
Yeah. I mean, that's where we're at, right? This team, I mean, you just set the record for the longest playoff drought in NBA history with 16 years. If I'm looking at like sort of I'm going to give, I hate doing this, but I'm going to give Monty McNair a little bit of a break for year one, because you have to remember how that whole thing played out. Like, we were in shutdown, then the bubble happened, then Vlade got fired. They didn't even hire him until September 17th. The draft, free agency, all happened within like a 3-day window. Like, everything was chaotic. The fact that he came away with Glenn Robinson III and Hassan Whiteside as his only 2 free agent pickups, I thought was alarming. And I looked at that roster and I thought that roster was horrible. But here we are. Like, I think the way that he set everything up is, you now know that you have 2-star level players, all-star level players, whatever you want to call them. And Fox, you know, maybe he falls short of that. Maybe he never makes an all-star team. We don't know. But at this point, you have 2 guys that you think can average basically close to 50 points per game combined. 50 points, like 17 rebounds, probably looking at like 15 assists between those 2 guys, like in a normal season when they're playing together. So now Monty has to, on the fly, put this thing together. And he still has the flexibility to go out and take another swing. He still has all of his draft picks. He has a bunch of second-round picks. He's got, like we talked about, $40 million in expiring contracts. This is a moment where, kind of like the Rick Adelman moment, right? If you hit it right and you bring all these pieces in at the same time, you can kind of look at the Sabonis edition as, like when the Kings traded for Weber. And you're going to need a couple of big free agents. You're going to need a draft pick or 2 to really turn out well. But if you can piece it all together, and you got to remember that one offseason, they signed Vlade, they traded for Chris. They still had Corliss Williamson, but Peja Stojakovic came after sitting out for playing in Europe for 2 years. Jason Williams was their draft pick. They signed some other guys that made sense. Scott Pollard became available like during that season, where I think, was it Atlanta or Detroit, waived him out of nowhere. Like, everything came together at one point. And I kind of look at this offseason that if you can hit it right and you can start stacking good days of additions, whether it's through the draft or through free agency, through trades, you can actually make some major headway here. I think the roster isn't great, but I also think that it's not as bad as it played this year. And I also think, having guys like Terrence Davis back, if you're bringing Dante DiVincenzo back for a full season, like, all of a sudden you start piecing together things that make some sense. So you need length, you need defenders, you need all that stuff, you need shooting. But at the same time, the base is here, and you hope that Monty has set everything up so it's not just this offseason, but it's next offseason when they have a ton of cap space, that this is that moment where they're starting to build something. Maybe they sneak into a plan. Maybe they sneak into a back end of the playoff type scenario. And then, who knows what happens.
I don't expect you to know the answer to this, James, but I'm going to ask anyways. Any idea what Doug Christie's future is?
No, I mean, as of right now, no coach has been told anything. They don't know what their future is at all.
So that's good. The coaches weren't fired on Mother's Day. So that's at least
no.
That right.
Or today, happy birthday to my friend Doug Christie. It's his birthday, so hopefully they don't do something like that.
I got it real quick.
Yeah. So, like, he has not been told. None of the assistants have been told what their future is. Just like what you heard from Josh Lloyd, right? With Jason Lloyd, sorry.
Jason Lloyd, yeah.
When it comes to Mike Longobardi, like, they don't know, and we're gonna see this thing kind of figure itself out pretty quickly. And those, just so you know, those Cleveland guys, those beat writers there, those are the party crowd of the NBA. They're a fun group. Yeah, Jason Lloyd and yeah, they've got a couple of them there. Like they're always a good time when they used to visit, especially when they're out for long stretches like playoff series and stuff. That's a good group of guys. But yeah, I hope that Doug makes the staff, and I'm sure. Well, I know he hopes that he's around. They put a lot of eggs in this basket, and they're hoping that this is still a long-term fit for him.
James, we talked about it earlier. They said I was defending the man to no end. They said I was trying to get his courtside seats. I'm just trying to ask the question. Are we still... Are we going to continue to have this narrative that Vivek needs to stop meddling and let basketball people do what they do, when yet another time he let the basketball people do what they do and he lost another battle? Like we said earlier in the show, if he's a meddler, he's probably the worst of all time because he never wins these battles, ever. Are we done with this?
Well, I think this is a good moment. Like I do. I think it's a good moment. Now you need to make sure that your general manager is locked up and has the same contract as the head coach. I mean, that's the next thing that has to be addressed here in the coming weeks and days. So I think that that's a concern still. But at the same time, like, look, it's always been about this. It's not that he can't be there. It's not that he can't be an owner, that he can't be standing on the sidelines cheering and everything else. It's just very specific. He needs to let, like, decision making at the end of the day, we shouldn't have to know every single time who he wants. And I know some of that is by design. It's by agents who like put it out there. They know that there is an internal struggle. They have a discussion with somebody who tells them that it's an internal struggle. And so they play to that. They play it up so it becomes a big issue that that maybe is bigger than it really is. But at the end of the day, like, if this is who Monty wanted, it's the right move. Like, if this is who he thinks he can work with and everything else. And so, yeah, I hope that we're learning from these things, because you can avoid that by not letting your opinion on all of these things be known. So even if you have an opinion,
he's the owner of the team, he's allowed to let it. I don't think Vivek is calling Mark Stein saying, "Hey, I really like this Mark Jackson guy." Like, Vivek is allowed to share his, like, it's his freaking team.
I don't even think he's telling the snitch. Whoever Stein, I don't even think he's telling him.
Well, no, but if the situation is that you want to avoid this being part of the discussion every time, then you got to handle your business slightly differently. You know what I mean? Because that information gets out too easy. You need to tighten it up a little bit, because it should not always be this. It should not always be Vivek versus the front office. Like, the less we hear about this stuff, the better.
Vivek versus the front office. No matter the front office, it is Vivek versus the front office.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I don't know, man. Let's stop talking about the owner forever, and let's talk about the roster. We know that Monty McNair tends to work pretty closely with coaches. At least we learned that was the case with him in Houston. He would work with Mike D'Antoni and filling out this roster for his style. And I assume, and it's clear, Monty has a commitment to defense. You could tell that with Dante DiVincenzo and Davion Mitchell, and now with the hiring of Mike Brown. I'll ask you a question I asked Kenny earlier. Dante's, he's got to be a priority now. Whatever the beef is with Dante's people and the basketball people of the Sacramento Kings, we've got to get that squared away, because Dante seems like a Mike Brown guy. Even the Pug thinks Mike Brown is a guy, that Dante's a Mike Brown guy. That's why he's running around in there.
That's the corgi. She's
that's the corgi. You
like,
don't have a pug.
she's causing trouble. The Pug is hiding out upstairs.
That
He had a long
James' face is hilarious. It's like, hey,
he had a long day at the vet. No, I'm just watching to see what's next, because she's having a moment. Yeah, and now the wife is coming down to scoop her up and
the
take her
corgi's
away.
the puppy.
That's the baby. Yeah.
That's the puppy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Still runs the house.
She does. Yeah. We've never had a girl dog here at the house, and this is a different experience. Yeah. Yeah. What was your question?
DiVincenzo.
Yeah.
He's got to be a bigger. I would think he's a. I mean, I think he was a big priority to begin with, but he seems like a Mike Brown. He seems like a perfect fit for the way Mike Brown coaches.
No, I agree. I totally agree. He's got all kinds of skill. He plays defense. He plays hard. You know, this is a guy that he's a winner that easily will buy in. He'll buy into what you're selling because that's who he is as a player. And he's a team guy and all that stuff. So, yeah, I really do think that he's a guy that you probably do focus on a little bit more now. But then again, you know, if there are options out there that somehow present themselves that are better at the shooting guard position, the Kings are going to be open to everything. And you brought up Monty McNair, like being the guy who talks, who has a working relationship with coaches. That really was his job in Houston. I mean, he is the analytics guy that would break down how the analytics works with the coaching staff. Like this is all we're trying to do. We're not telling you to reinvent the wheel. We're just telling you that if, you know, player X shoots 32% from the field and this spot on the floor and 48% on this spot on the floor, so get him to that spot. Let us show you that these are where the hot spots are, you know, stuff like that, you know, that these certain players fade after this amount of time on the court in one stretch. So let's go with a different like rotation and stuff like that. So anyway, yeah, I mean, I think that McNair is a guy who can have a relationship with these guys like very quickly. Mike Brown is a guy he feels comfortable with. But then when it comes to DiVincenzo, that's going to be a team decision. It's going to be, is McNair comfortable with moving forward with him? Is the money going to be right? Is there someone that they feel is better that maybe, you know, shoots the ball more consistently from three, whatever it might be? Still, at the end of the day, you are onto something. This is kind of a guy that you could see them building around in a Mike Brown type situation.
Would the same possibly be said about Davion Mitchell? That seems like another guy who's would fit what Mike Brown is trying to establish here, or what we think he'll be trying to establish here in Sacramento. So Davion, I would think, would possibly be a big part of that. Yeah,
I mean, here's how I would look at it. Everyone has to be better defensively. And if you're going to play for Mike, you have to buy in defensively. And that means that even if De'Aaron Fox isn't known as a great defender, he has to get better and he has to buy in and he has to do what they're asking. Because if not, you start looking at guys in a different way and saying, okay, maybe we've tried this thing too many times and we need to go a different direction. Like if someone won't buy in, if there is like the odd man out who said, well, you know, I don't really play defense. I remember famously that Nate McMillan was told by Jamal Crawford, yeah, I don't really do that. I don't really play defense. They're like, hey, I need you to get back. He's like, yeah, that's not really who I am. Like, but you can't have a guy like De'Aaron Fox be that way. He needs to buy in, and he needs to work on his defensive principles. He needs to start seeing the game plan. They need to put players around him that will support him better. He needs long wings. He needs a shot blocker. He needs active defenders and three-point shooters. Like this thing all has to come together in a specific way if it's going to work.
Is De'Aaron's growth on the defensive end more important than his consistency on the offensive end this upcoming season?
No, I think both of them are hugely important. You need him to be the player that we saw like near the end of the season that was just lighting everybody up, averaging 28, 29 a game.
You think that's who he is?
Yeah. I mean, the more I've seen him do that, the more I think that's who he is. And you need him to be that guy, and you need him to be better on the defensive end, if that makes sense. Like I was watching Donovan.
Like, I get it.
Yeah, I was watching Donovan Mitchell in the playoffs, and Donovan, you know, came into the league as a great defender, and now he's known as a great offensive player. And we kept talking, like everyone's talking about, just the blow-bys. Like, he just didn't play defense hard. Like, I don't know what it was. he got beat off the dribble way too often for a guy who's known as a good defender and who does his thing. So you almost wonder if there was too much emphasis on one side or the other. But I think for this team to be a playoff team, Fox has to improve defensively. He's got to keep men in front of him. It just can't be like a wide open run to the basket all the time. But you also need him to be a major league table setter, and he needs to figure it out. How can he be impactful on both ends of the court?
I'm trying to make sure I got this phrased correctly, Damian. Help me out here. But he asked me a question earlier where he said, can Mike Brown be successful, the Kings be successful, and Domantas Sabonis ends up being the best player? And that was asked because I thought the biggest thing for Mike Brown was to make sure he got the absolute most out of De'Aaron Fox. And Damian asked me the question, and I was kind of stumped. Well, what if he didn't get the most out of De'Aaron Fox, but he got the most out of Sabonis? Do you think that will lead to Kings' success? I think ultimately I said, yeah, but I don't know. It can't be like 19 points a game, Fox, I don't think. Or like Sabonis would have to be the one going like 25 and 13 or something like that. What do you think? Can Domantas Sabonis be the one that Mike Brown gets the most out of, and the Kings still take a jump?
Well, here's the problem I see. Okay, so we talk about the Kings don't have LeBron James, right? Like, we all know that. But LeBron James is like the Atlas man, right? The guy holding up the globe on his shoulders. He is a pillar, a one-man pillar, or at least he was through probably, 16 of his seasons. I think at this point, he really can't do it all on his own. He can put up the stats, but he can't do it all on his own, which is why the Lakers didn't make the playoffs. The Kings don't have the one pillar. So for this thing to work, it's got to be a two-pillar. You have to have two guys shoulder the burden equally. And you probably need 3 or 4 to shoulder all of it, but some of those guys can be secondary supports, right? It really does have to be a strong base built around at least 2 players, and then you hope that you can put other pieces around them that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I don't know that there's this thing won't survive if it's just one of them holding it up. I don't think. And Sabonis to me is spectacular. I love watching him play. I love his style of play. He's really better at 18 points a game than he is at like trying to get up to 22. He really is. He's better as like a strong offensive player that averages 12.5 rebounds a game, but that gets you 6 to 8 assists a game. That's where his sweet spot is. It's not 20, 24, 12, and 3. It's more like that 18, 19, 12, 13, and 6 to 8. And I think that's where his sweet spot is. So yeah, there's a lot that has to happen still for this team to be good. I'm not just going to say like, no coach can just walk in here and make this thing just spectacular, like by snapping his fingers. It's going to take a lot of hard work and a lot of focus on the defensive end and adding a lot of pieces to make this thing better. But I think that, you have some good building blocks.
Got the right guy.
I think they got the right guy. Yeah.
Me too. Kenny doesn't. I don't think Matt Barnes does either.
I said to be determined because they ain't the right guy until we talking about round 1 somewhere. That's the right guy.
Well, I think that's what we're talking about is, can this guy get you to round 1? And that's my point, is I think Mike can.
Yeah, he can. Absolutely. I agree with that.
Now we can go back to stressing over lottery balls and trying to figure out how to acquire Cam Reddish for Kenny. So,
or Duncan Robinson. Don't forget Duncan.
Yeah,
that one first too. One day you guys gonna start listening to me, man.
I can't wait for Kenny's next epiphany. Like that. That's we need a Steph Curry. Here. I can't wait for that.
We need a Steph Curry here. That's a fact.
If this team had, they only had Kevin Durant.
Listening to me, man. I told y'all what we needed. I gave you Duncan Robinson. I gave you Kyle Kuzma last year. One day y'all gonna.
Okay, no, don't get all sensitive. It started with you saying you need Dame Lillard. Like, knock it off. Like, everybody remembers the original epiphany was Sacramento needs Dame Lillard. James, tremendous stuff. If you're looking for more Kings content, hey, man, it's ESPN 1320, baby. We've got you covered. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or you're listening on 1320 AM, we've got Matt Barnes coming up. We've got Matt George coming up. We've got Jason Lloyd coming up. We've got this James Ham coming up. We're going to run this back for you leading into the Golden State Warriors and the Memphis Grizzlies. We appreciate you so much for being with us, whether if you're on ESPN 1320, the Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, whatever it may be. Make sure you subscribe to the Kings Beat newsletter over at thekingsbeat.com and the Kings Beat podcast available at thekingsbeat.com, on Odyssey, on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you get your podcast from. And most importantly, make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Bucks.
Jesse hates you.
Hates Kenny?
Hates Kenny, yeah.
Yeah. Like, this is interesting to me. It really is. Like, I hope that it all works out. Like, but like, there's no empirical data that tells us that this will work out, because every other time it hasn't worked out. But I don't know. Anyway, I think it's interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's the unknown, right? Like, that's the exciting part of Mike Brown, is that it's the unknown. And then the exciting part of Mark Jackson is, well, we'll never know. The exciting part of Darvin Ham, Will Hardy, Charles Lee, those guys is we really don't know. Like, we have no idea. It's a blank slate. So the unknown, it's the backup quarterback thing, right? The backup quarterback's always the most popular guy in the stadium.
Yeah.
Until he gets out on the field. And that's Kenny's point. It's like Mike Brown getting out on the field now, and let's see what happens.
Mike Brown will be at least a good version of Nick Mullins. At the very least. I don't think he'll be the bad Mullins ever.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna, who exactly is Mark Jackson in this scenario? I mean, I hate to tell you, who he probably is in this scenario.
Don't use my quarterback's name in vain. Don't do it.
Tim Tebow.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Because I thought you was going to say something else, and that would have been an
Tim Tebow.
Wow. The hate is crazy right now.
That's pretty funny.
Okay, so Sass, you asked when did I write the new Kings Beat article? I'm guessing you mean the one that I posted last night. When I'm in a mood, I got home from watching a double feature. We went and saw 2 movies for Mother's Day and my son's birthday, both on the same day, which was yesterday, of course. We got home at around 8:30, and I had that done by, I want to say 9:15, 9:20. So when I'm in a mode, I can pump out 1,500 words in about 45 minutes to an hour, and then I have to ask my wife to edit, because my wife is who edits all of my stuff, because she is an attorney and really good at editing, and she also knows all the mistakes that I make all the time, so she cleans my stuff up.
Second pair of eyes is so important.
I don't have a real phone. I have this crappy Samsung phone, which was my dad's backup phone. I'm still waiting for my phone to get here in the mail.
Wire burner phone.
I've got a burner.
If this thing is a burner, I know why they call them burners, because when I'm done with it, I want to put it in the barbecue and turn it up to 500 and just leave it in there for like a day.
James Ham is King's Insight on Twitter with his burner phone.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm going to unblock you yet. He did just ask. I don't think I'm going to unblock you yet, because I'm tired of you making fake accounts. Fake accounts. Because that's my name and my picture and my bio that you have been putting out there.
Come on, man. You got to do better. You got to do better. King's Insight. Ryan asked me, KC, will you feel better if you really like his assistants. No, it won't change because I'm just not really into the coaching aspect. Like it's cool, but it's whatever. Like you could hire the dream team of assistants. If the roster ain't better, it doesn't matter. Like if the players don't play better, it don't matter. So I keep saying it. I like Mike Brown. I'm glad he got another opportunity. There are things that I like about what he could bring to this Kings team, but I would have felt the same way about Mark Jackson. I wouldn't have been excited. It would have been like, all right, they hired Mike. Now you better win. Or they hired Mark. You better win. Simple as that.
Yeah.
I'm just not, I'm not, I don't go crazy over the coaching hire, man. I need the players to do what they do.
I'm kind of in the same boat. Like I think that he can be successful. Like, but I hoped that most of these guys would be successful, or at least had some sort of thought that maybe one of these guys could be successful the whole time. It just never has worked out. So you got to pick a path and you got to stick to it, and you got to give it 2 or 3 years at a minimum, and you got to let this, and you got to build something. You got to put all of the pieces in place to support a coach, to support a GM, and then you got to hope that you did the right thing. And it's a leap of faith, and it's really hard for someone like Vivek, who has been nothing but like hands-on with everything he's ever done. It's really hard to like give up control, but at some point you have to. So, and someone talked about me pitching Kings talking points. Like, I have burned those dudes to the ground for the last 6 months. Like, if you think I'm giving some sort of talking point from somebody,
listen.
Yeah, like I mean, there's a possibility that I have told you what I have heard from the inside. That's me sharing what they think. That's not my opinion, and I always make that very clear. So yeah, it's an interesting situation that the Kings are in, and how do you dig out of it? So you don't build a house on sand, you build it on stone. But when you decide to dig a giant hole for yourself, you probably don't want to do that on sand either, because then it just all that stuff keeps burying you and keeps sliding in the hole, and you're like, what is happening? Yeah, this team has to. They got it. All of it has to work together. All of it has to work together, or it doesn't work at all.
Synergy, baby.
Yeah, synergy. Man, I've been I don't follow the WNBA that closely, but my goodness, like how many? What did they say? Like how many people? 45% don't from every draft don't even make a team. Like, are they going to expand here? Are we going to see this happen? Because I read
the commissioner acknowledged today that they're looking to add 2 expansion teams.
2 at a minimum, right? Like there's possibility for even 4, but I read that there's concern about new ownership coming in.
Imagine them doing 4.
Not at one time. I think they could get to 4 eventually, like over the next 7 years.
I love the league. Let's start with 2. Let's add 2.
Yeah, see, that makes sense. Like hearing it from you, like I don't know, but I also read that the concern is that new owners will flood the league with money, where old owners who have been doing this forever and sort of, taking a loss aren't going to be okay, and they're worried about an unbalance in the league because of new owners coming in will throw a bunch of money, and the older owners are like, dude, we did that 20 years ago.
Yeah,
and we just can't do that anymore.
I don't even know I don't even know who the oldest owner in the league is.
Yeah, because some of the greatest teams that ever were are gone. I mean, that's the worst part. Like, how is there not a Comets team or a Monarchs or the Detroit team, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know who owns the Sparks here at this point. Detroit, I think. I don't even know. I can't even follow the lineage anymore. I think Detroit definitely became Tulsa, and then I think Tulsa became Dallas. But then does that mean San Antonio became Las Vegas? Or did San Antonio become Dallas?
That's crazy.
I can't remember the lineage of the teams anymore.
That's wild.
That is
that's totally wild. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's sad. They need to figure it out.
It was a
So
great
think
week
the time
too.
is- Yeah, I think the time is now to expand.
Bless you.
Like I feel like there hasn't been this type of buzz and attention for the league. Maybe the last 2 seasons. Like it wasn't like this 10 years ago when these teams were folding and moving and stuff. I think there's like a buzz and interest growing in the league, and this is the time to expand on that, I think.
I agree.
yeah, I think so. I hope so. We'll see. I would like to see the Monarchs come back. I mean, you know, I don't have time to cover it, but I would still like to see him come back.
James Ham, 1320 Monarchs Insider. Let's go.
Yeah.
go.
There it is. Yeah. Outside of that, how was your guys' Mother's Day?
That's fine. Like my mom wasn't here, so
Okay.
My mom likes to watch
I'll be
basketball.
here in a couple of weeks.
Okay. You're what? What was that, Kenny?
I said my mom likes to watch basketball, so it was all good.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, we just spent time with family. Actually, I didn't see my mom. My mom was up in, she had somewhere to go. And we were kind of doing a family thing. We'll do it this week or something. So, but, the wife, you celebrate with your wife and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, and man, are you guys Marvel guys or no? Do you guys go watch these movies?
I do. I don't really I don't plan around watching it. I just, if I see him, I see him.
Gotcha.
Although I heard Doctor Strange is phenomenal.
It's crazy. So I spent because my 14-year-old's really into it. My 19-year-old too, but my 14-year-old is really into it. And so we spent 2 weeks watching. We watched the first Doctor Strange, but then we watched some of the other things, and then we watched the What If on Disney. We watched Moon Knight. There's a whole bunch of movies you're supposed to watch in order to understand a lot of what's happening in Doctor Strange. And then, no one mentioned, I'm not going to do spoilers. I wouldn't do that. That would be horrible. But you need to watch the Evil Dead 2, and Army of Darkness. Damn. And it will add a whole nother level of understanding, because while those are never going to be Marvel characters, they are Sam Raimi characters from that's his first go around. And they add a huge amount of depth to what you're watching. You see early Sam Raimi all over the place in the film. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Okay.
Anyway, you guys probably will
watch the Batman. I haven't even done that yet. I need to.
Soren says, that's where you lose me.
What's that?
He said, that's where you lose me. I'm not watching 5 movies to understand one.
Yeah. If not, you're going to be okay, I don't understand why that is happening. Yeah.
You might have lost me at 2.
Yeah.
It's just going to go on that line that I have of movies I got to watch in sequence for Marvel. I think we're up to 35 that I have to watch now to see the whole story.
There are so many. Yeah. Yeah. So many to really look at and watch. So, yeah, we watched that, and we watched the new Fantastic Beasts movie, which was exceptional too. That was really good. So we went to the Studio Movie Grill, and we had a half hour between shows. I opened my laptop, I'm typing, sending stuff out, and not having my iPhone, so stupid. I get half the text on my laptop and half the text on the burner phone. Yeah. Yeah. And
I know the next movie I'm going to see in the theater. I already know exactly what it is. I could probably pick the date too.
What is that?
I will see Maverick in the theater.
It looks good.
I don't know about that, but I know that I will see it in the theater.
This is going to be a great summer for movies. I mean, we're already seeing all of these fun movies coming out, but you still got a Jurassic Park. You still got Thor. There's all kinds of stuff still coming out. So, yeah.
Yeah, a good summer.
As it stands right now, you got to watch 34 Marvel movies.
You haven't seen any?
No, I've seen some of them. Is
Black Panther a Marvel movie, or is that the other one?
Yeah.
No, it's Marvel. It is the number 18 movie. Like that's in the sequence. It's the 18th one. Like
and that was spectacular. Yeah.
And Black Panther was phenomenal. I mean, I've seen Endgame. I don't know if that messes everything up, but I've seen,
Saw Endgame. Didn't get it.
The last Spider-Man was spectacular.
I love all the Spider-Man movies. I do. I really like those.
It's my son's birthday is always its opening weekend for the big Marvel movie every year. So for years and years, we took 10 boys at least to the movies for his birthday. That was what he wanted to do for his birthday. So we've seen every Marvel movie ever. We own every Marvel movie ever. So, but we always go to the movies with a bunch of boys for his birthday every year.
So, for an example, I know you guys know this, but this is just the sequence goes. Number 1, Captain America, the First Avenger, that came out in 2011. Number 2, Captain Marvel, which came out in 2019. Number 3 is Iron Man, which came out in 2008. It's the sequence I'm supposed to watch these movies.
It would be awesome if you actually did it, though. If you start at the beginning.
I'll do it one day, because I mean, I like the movies when I watch them. I've enjoyed all of them, but I can't even watch The Office yet. How am I going to watch?
Oh man. Yeah, we're still on the live stream, but we're off the air. My wife walked by. Yeah, I watched, like for those who are looking for a new show, I text Damien this weekend. The Offer is really good. It's the behind the scenes of how The Godfather was made and like the complexities of trying to get The Godfather made. It is really, really good.
Can you clarify this for me? Is it a documentary or like they're actors?
No, they're actors.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's not a documentary. It's probably a docudrama. So
Winning Time.
Yeah, yeah. It loosely follows. It loosely
I don't want to
follows
see
what
those
was
Marlon
happening.
Brando scenes.
Well, we haven't got to. Well, like I haven't seen. Like they have like a young actor playing Pacino. They have like all of these things that are all moving pieces. Yeah, so far it's been really, really good. And then I love the Godfather movies. They're incredible.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Now that's the little one chasing the pug. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going down over at the Ham House.
Yeah, they went to the vet today with the puggy has a little cancer thing on his lip, but they think he should be fine. They're just going to take all of the monies. Yeah. We want all the monies.
Speaking of Winning Time, no spoiler alert, but I just want to say I love Jerry West again. And Jerry West was pretty damn funny to me in this final episode of Winning Time.
I haven't watched any of it yet. I haven't dove in. I don't know.
Take it for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Nice little piece of entertainment. And
entertainment.
There's just stuff in there that doesn't need to be there. That's like,
that's for sure.
You didn't need
Some
to do
crazy stuff that you're like, oh,
Well,
come on.
the whole just know the first 2 episodes are just for shock. The first scene of the series is useless. It literally means nothing. and all I kept saying all season, how are we getting here? How is this happening? It's 1979. How are we getting here? It's useless. But once it settles in, I enjoyed the show, even though it's not historically accurate at all.
Yeah.
He left out what could have been the biggest scene in the last episode. They just completely left it out.
Have you read the book?
I haven't read the book, but I know enough of the story.
Okay. Yeah.
And from what I hear, this is like loosely based off the book. Like it's not even fully based off the book. It's just kind of like, I'll use a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah. I know that
Big Cap. That's Big Cap, Leezy. Not even that's a horrible take, bro. That's a terrible take.
Yeah.
That was a terrible take.
That was incredible. Yeah, I watched that in the day. The whole final. Yeah. I binge watch like crazy while I write.
Yeah.
So
I got through those.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
All right, let's go watch basketball. Man, it was big time today. We appreciate you. Thanks for the thumbs up and the subscribers and all that good stuff, man. We appreciate everyone who came over from the Deuce and Mo channel earlier, and I know they got Mark Jones set for tomorrow. We're laying out our guest list for tomorrow as well. So we hope to see you. Thanks, guys.